Hello and welcome to another episode of Straight Outta Stanton. First take, it worked. I pressed record and it just worked, man.
And nothing exploded.
Nothing exploded. If you guys don't know what this is, it's a long form podcast, usually 3+ hours about Star Citizen. And this week we have to talk about a lot of things. And before I ask Masokas how he's doing this weekend, then we tell you what we did this week. I'm going to tell you briefly what you're about to hear and what we're going to talk about. So as usual, we have the first one, which is what we did last week. Then we're going to have news, and there's quite a lot about it. PTU 314 came out. We have Orison in the game, new combat system, new UI, missile operator mode, some new ships, and bunch of issues that we're going to touch on. Our topic for the day will be about quite a lot of elite dangerous players and content creators hopping over to our yard in Star Citizen, and our take on that. Then we have an imagination station that will touch on org gameplay and maybe like org resource gameplay and whatnot. And then instead of Maso's absolute zero effort science section, we're going to have a monthly report because we didn't have any videos this week, so he did a deep dive into that. And then we're going to have our Q&A if we have any questions, which, if you did not know, you can ask either in the comments of this episode, and then we can answer in the next one, or you can come to Twitch TV/Masokas sometime Sunday, roughly 7, 8, 9 p.m. Central European time, or what is it, Masa?
Roughly like 11 or 12 p.m. 11 a.m. or 12 p.m. PST-ish.
Canadian, American, or wherever you're from, if you catch us.
Yeah. If you're somewhere in between those, do the math.
Yeah. Even it's hard to do the math. We don't even know. Like we always get around 7 p.m., but then it takes some time to prepare the show and all that. So yeah, but we are live.
I always tell myself that I'm gonna figure out UTC so I can just do that in my head, but
it's good.
I never get around to it.
Isn't UTC actually just like UK time? I think it is.
I actually don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Anyways, how are you doing, man? What's up? What's happening?
Yeah, pretty good. It is not insanely hot here today, which is good. Last week I definitely was getting warmer and warmer as the podcast progressed, and we had to kind of rush things out a little bit. But today's pretty comfortable, so yeah.
I think the whole world is feeling the temperature craziness right now. Yeah.
But I am eligible for Wave 1 PTU, but I decided I didn't want to jump into PTU. I'm not usually one to kind of jump into PTU, and this is kind of one of those situations again where like I considered it because I wanted to kind of see the capacitor gameplay and stuff like that, but I'm just gonna wait for it to go live before I really give it a shot. But other than that, I was on Captain's Table with Mr. Paul Shelley, the Astropub, and HC Vertigo yesterday. That's always a good time. Had some good conversations. So check Astropub's channel out on YouTube. I think the first part of that episode is up as of now. And yeah, other than that, I played some more Jedi Fallen Order, which is a really, really fun game, actually. It's
it looks great.
Like if you're into kind of those kind of more like hack and slash kind of action platformer games, it's quite fun. The storyline is good too,
and a lot of exploration, right? I mean, I watched some people playing. And it's good.
Well, that's how you level up, actually. Like if you want to get the experience you need to get like your abilities and stuff like that, you can just follow the main objective, but exploring is how you kind of like you get the experience to get your ability points and stuff like that. So that's definitely part of the game for sure. Though awesome. I will say, and this is like kind of tangenty right off the bat, so you know that this episode is going to be one of those. Jedi Fallen Order is beautiful, but it's interesting going from Star Citizen to a game like this and just noticing how much less detail there is in the models, in the in the environment, in the objects, the props, everything like that.
Wait, there's less in Jedi in Star Wars game than
than in
Oh,
Star
wow.
Citizen. It's kind of one of those situations where I'm definitely kind of spoiled by Star Citizen at this point, and the levels of detail and stuff like that are
interesting. I
they're
did not
something
expect
else.
that.
They really are something else in Star Citizen. Those artists, they know what they're doing, that's for sure.
From what I've seen, like the atmosphere is there though. Like it really feels like you're part of a Star Wars world, and it gives you enough freedom to like go around and relive some of like the old stuff, and I think it meets the expectation really well though. From what I've seen, I haven't played it though, but yeah. By the way, Astropub link in description. As always, we are going to touch on this in our midweek short media cut show that is called Stanton Gossip as well, just briefly. But you should just go and check it out. I personally did not get the chance to watch it yet, so I have things to do after we're done recording and uploading.
It's a long one.
That's great, man. We both love long form whatever YouTube talk shows or podcasts, whatever you want to call them, and hopefully people who are watching our show or listening to are enjoying it as well, because otherwise it wouldn't make much sense.
Otherwise you're not going to get very far in here. But, no, it's interesting. Like I always, when I was on Captain's Table a little bit more frequently, I used to be the one who was like pushing for those longer episodes, but this time I literally wasn't even trying. But again, I mean, I was saying before
last time
we went,
as well.
Yeah,
I remember you saying the same words exactly.
Yeah, it's not my fault. But ultimately, I guess like if you get Vertigo and I on the same show, it's going to be a long one.
And usually a good one, really.
It's fun. I
feel like you three are very comfortable in like maintaining the conversation, and that's always amazing for because Paul and kudos to Paul who what he does. I think him and Mike are the two guys who give the microphone to others. Mike more to like completely I don't want to say random people, but like people who are not content creators, rather just players of the game, which is amazing. But then Paul gives it to like, he experiments. He allows smaller content creators to come on, and sometimes or brand new people, like it's very difficult for them to get into, because a lot of them watched Captain's Table. They know it's one of the staples of media that we have in content rather that we have in Star Citizen space. So it must be rough, I'm sure when you went there for the first time it was not easy, so
Oh no, like I was definitely not a content creator when I didn't have any of the gear. I did like a shitty headset.
I remember.
Like I just like those sorts of discussions. So he kept saying like, hey, like if you want to come on, he used to say that at the end of all of his shows.
He's
like,
taunting people to get on. Yeah, that's true.
On Captain's Table, like, just hit me up. And I was like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing, but I like Star Citizen.
Honestly, dude, if you did not show up on Paul's Captain's Table, we would have never had you on Star Citizenship, which is my old podcast with Orchid, which would mean that we probably wouldn't have this show now. So thank you, Paul, for allowing people to, show that they can talk about the game, man. That's amazing, dude. I love that. I never thought about it that way.
Well, and I don't think, now that I think about it like that, like you said, I mean, I don't think I would have discovered that I love
enjoy
this,
exactly.
Doing podcast kind of stuff. I never would have realized that this is what I like to do. So yeah.
That there is a place for us who talk a lot. It feels good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so what I did though, so just like you, but although like it's almost like a rule for me, I never ever tried PTU. I don't like playing PTU because I kind of feel like I'm stealing potential gameplay from PU that I might stream, and also
there's some truth to that. I think there's some truth to that. So.
But also when it comes to PU, usually it's a little bit more polished, right? So you avoid some of the bugs, right? But although sometimes some new ones come out. But yeah, exactly.
Especially wave 1. Like wave 1 PTU is almost guaranteed to be rough.
but also I'm a Twitch viewer first, and I've been watching Twitch in Justin TV. So for me, it's really not difficult to jump into 3-4 streams and watch people play the game, ask questions, and get the answers and just get the feel of it. Especially if it's the game that I'm used to playing for a long time, like Star Citizen. I mean, long hours or whatever, and I still understand, how the changes affect the gameplay and all that. So that's what I did. I watched a lot of streams. No surprise there. However, what I did not add to our notes, I went back to streaming Elder Scrolls Online last week, which I definitely did not expect. But yeah, that's one of those feels like home things for me. But then Elder Scrolls Online came up with a new Blackwood chapter, which is like a new, how do we call it? It's not a DLC, but rather like a new expansion that other MMOs would say.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
And my community are crazy that they are. The day one that I played it, and I had it in my stream title that there's no Blackwood gameplay, because I don't want to debate people into coming and checking, the new chapter in my stream, and I'm telling them, oh guys, I don't have it. I'm sorry, I can't answer your questions. So of course they bought Blackwood to me. I got the gift immediately almost. And then the whole I'm not an Elder Scrolls nerd at all. I grew up playing World of Warcraft and Guild Wars, and so the Blackwood campaign is heavily leaning on Oblivion, which is, everyone knows about Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, right? So these are like the staples of Elder Scrolls games, and I never played any of these. So
me either. I keep hearing that they're really good, but like,
dude,
I never.
So what I did, because I have all these games, those were gifts from God knows when, right?
Right.
And I decided, okay, I'm gonna install Oblivion with no mods or anything and play it. And I played it for 3 days, progressing through the story. I had really a lot of people interacting. It's amazing how much people know about these games, dude. I literally have no clue. I went in blind, trying to figure out the fucking ridiculously old UI. Dude, the game though, it doesn't look that bad, man. Like, considering it's 2006 game, and the skybox, holy shit, the sky looks so good in that game still. Daylight cycle, all that. Yeah, it's a bit clunky, like it has to be. It's 2006, but man, like it's good. I'm enjoying it. I can't wait, to stream it again. So, yeah, I don't know about the story. We'll see.
I played a little bit of Skyrim, which I thought was pretty cool, but again, like, that universe is so much depth. Like, there's a lot to it, and it's almost, it's a little bit intimidating, when you think that there's that much kind of like stuff to catch up on, right? But like,
this is, I think, to me, this connects a lot to MMOs like Star Citizen, where you need to allow people to, like, I play Elder Scrolls Online for over 5,000 hours. I used to be one of the bigger content creators of Elder Scrolls Online on Twitch. I was part of their stream team and all that. And I've never played any other ES games, and I don't know anything about the lore. But I still felt like I belonged in that world. And I think that's very important. Like, lore is a very, cool thing to have. But it should not, like, gate you to play. I tried playing Final Fantasy, and there you you can play without a lore, but, like, it's very lore-heavy MMO.
Yeah.
It's a slippery slope there. You gotta be careful with that. But yeah.
I've actually been... sorry, totally tangenting away from that, but, like, I've actually been thinking about giving that a try, just because, like, my wife she loves MMOs, and she also loves anime and stuff like that. So it's been kind of, Final Fantasy is something we've been kind of like teetering on for a while now, because she's not really playing WoW anymore, but we liked playing MMOs together and stuff like that. So I don't know, it's still on there as like something that we may
dude,
try
it's free. I always had a lot of it's free until level 60, and then you can play forever at that level. The first time you buy something, you have to pay the subscription. But like, to explain it, like, in short, I always had a lot of respect for Final Fantasy. I never wanted to play because I'm not into anime. But then the last week or so, 10 plus days, I streamed it. I ended up buying the expansion, paying the subscription, and then I just stopped because I don't feel like I belong in that world. And that's exactly what we're talking about. Like, but I'm super happy I played it. because now I can say I respect it from the, from the point of actually trying the game and understanding
Yeah.
what I'm talking about. So great time, one of the best times of all times for sure. I just don't like. I almost feel like I'm cheating by streaming that game. And then when I'm not streaming, I'm playing classic. I'm smashing classic, man. Like I'm still there in World of Warcraft, so whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys should try. I mean, there's no. Yeah, I decided I loved fishing so much that I decided I'm gonna actually make another account that is like only free account, so I don't have to pay subscription in order to go and fish. And fishing there is all the professions are like super crazy. So yeah, I kind of enjoy that a lot.
Okay, noted.
Cool.
I'll see what Kimmy thinks.
Also, I think what affected me with Final Fantasy is this whole World of Warcraft coming to Final Fantasy streamers, content creators, players, the whole World of Warcraft in Final Fantasy refugees thing, which I don't like being part of a huge wave or anything. I literally started playing Final Fantasy like 3-4 days before that all unfolded, and I was like, oh god, I don't want to be part of that. You don't know, but it's big.
Okay.
As in, like, Asmongold is streaming Final Fantasy, which is kind of crazy. Yeah.
Huh.
So yeah, it's kind of interesting because I am going to lean slightly on that because something similar is happening in Star Citizen where Elite Dangerous people are coming here and playing. So
okay, that's where the topic comes from. Okay. Okay.
All right, so with that said, let's get on the news, man. There's a lot to cover. I think this is one of those episodes where news will take most of the episode.
Probably.
But bro, there's a lot, and I'm happy that there's a lot. Finally, like we don't like last couple of podcasts that we did, both Stanton Gossip and this, we don't have to dig for anything. The game gives us stuff.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, new patch lands, you know.
So PTU 314 is out, Wave 1. If you don't have if you can't play it, there's a lot of folks streaming it on Twitch. Most of them will be more than happy to like explain or try things for you to, it's just Twitch is, I think, such a good medium for people who are into Star Citizen because you can always go there and check,
I agree. Yeah, like, and that's kind of one of the reasons that I've never really felt the need to jump into PTUs, because if I want to kind of get that experience, I can just hop into some of my favorite content creators and just kind of like, watch over their shoulders, then make up my mind whether or not I want to make the plunge into PTU or not.
And then if you watch the same streamer for some time, they will react to your questions and like maybe try something they wouldn't because you are curious about it or not. So because you don't need to like install the whole thing to try like five thingies in the game if they're changed or not or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll start with some smaller things. One is near and dear to me. Taurus is in. Man, and I was excited about this shit. We found out we talked about this.
Yeah,
we found out the exact SU capacity. I don't think it's going to change. 174.
We were kind of guessing that last week, right?
Yeah. I am just going to see how much. So it's not on the store page anymore. You can't buy Taurus anymore right now.
Really?
Yeah, I've checked before the show.
That's weird.
Yeah, but it makes sense because it was 150 and now they removed it, and then when the
so
patch
it's gonna come
lands,
back and it's gonna be like 200 or something.
Yeah. So I'm gonna wait for that and just like maybe buy Terrapin again. Oh, I can't. Whatever, we'll see. But it's just like the amount of cargo for me in Taurus is just not enough to make it worth it.
This has kind of been always one of my gripes about it, but at the same time I'm not super surprised because like if the generic constellation is 96, like how much more cargo could they kind of get into that frame without doing major modifications to it? You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know.
Well,
174.
my thought was it's usually double or more than double. Like if you look at Except, well, I don't know. It's the smaller ships don't get that much of a bump. Like, so let's say 300
Freelancer to
series.
Freelancer Max.
Well, let's start with 300, right? Like 300
Okay.
has 8, and then 312 has 12.
314 has no. Sorry. What sort of? God damn it.
315. Sorry, 315.
315. Yeah.
Has 12, right? So, that's like 150%, right? And then you go to freelancer, as you said, that's 66 to 120,
Yeah, that is almost double.
which
right
is
there.
double. And then
Yeah.
Connie is larger, so I was expecting like double plus, kind of.
But at the same time, when you look at the difference of like of a freelancer to a freelancer max,
yeah,
you
they
can tell
changed
like
it.
that it was big. Like it's a big difference between between looking at a freelancer and a freelancer max. Like there's major changes there.
Sure, but there is a change on Taurus as well, and we talked about this as well. Like I explained this. Like, so first of all, we don't have a snub fighter, which gives you more, in the back, and then Constellation has the Andromeda. Sorry, Andromeda has like these huge missile racks and the catwalk that we could lose, and then again, just like sorry,
I think that's it though.
I don't know. No, I think it still has missiles. I don't know.
No. But I mean, like that's what I mean though, right? Like with the Taurus, in order to, if they wanted to get it higher than that 174, like you said, you have to take out the catwalks. You'd have to potentially remove it. Like that. Those are that's some pretty major.
Yeah, motherfucker, it's like $200 that I'm giving them. So sure, make a fucking change. They made a big change on they made a major change on the other ships that like
if
you
you're
have
rounding
to
up and rounding down, like that, the Taurus at 174 is that's 40% larger than. It's like.
We talked about this. Like I'm gonna fly Phoenix.
Yeah.
That's it. I just so much more. I get the full armament of an Andromeda. I have beautiful quarters, windows. I have.
You know what I just thought of?
Hmm?
You know what makes this even worse is with the Raylan just came out. Raylan's $200.
Yeah, if you are what's the name? What you get for the money. Sure, but like for me, Raylan is not affecting it at all because it's an alien ship, so I don't care. So there we go back to there is. I love Constellation as a ship. I love the feel inside. Now when they've changed lighting a bit, I like the living quarters, especially Phoenix. I like the outside. She looks like a crazy spaceship too. I love the outside, like the exterior of it. You don't,
I do
but
too.
You do?
No. I honestly, okay, like.
You used to. I know. You just got worn out.
I said. Well, it's just like that was the ship that I wanted when I first found Star Citizen back in 2013, right? Like we saw that Andromeda, and me and my roommates at the time were like, "Oh wow, we could like share this ship, and we could we could all just like chip in and get a Constellation, and we could just like live on the ship and like do all this cool stuff and stuff like that." But like. Yeah, so I mean the outside too. You're right. It is like a very iconic looking ship, but again, it's so obviously from an era when they were designing ships without as much consideration for for like how things actually make sense inside. You know what I mean? And that's ultimately the problem I have with it. And that's why like for me, even without the fact that I kind of have the little bit of a grudge against the Constellation, if you put the Taurus next to the Raylan, like for me there's no choice there. Like statistically the Raylan's way better, and then just from the difference of like the interior layout and stuff like that, it just I think there's no question about it for me. So yeah, I don't know. Taurus is in a tough spot, and it's
I mean, I'm gonna try her, right? I want to fly her, see how it is. For me personally, I would rather, especially now with we'll talk about missiles and how that has changed. I want to see the armament and everything. I would rather, like, if I'm flying a Connie, like, I would rather have cargo than a snub fighter, especially like I play alone most of the time. However, the comfort of Phoenix though just like beats all of that. I don't know, man. Like I want to live on my ship, and so far, like right now, Starfarer and Phoenix are the two ships that I would most likely live on. Starfarer is a little bit too big for me. That's the problem.
Way too big. Yeah. And it handles like a beast. Like
I love
for a single person, like but for a single person, you know, like for a day-to-day, like daily driver,
I agree,
the Constellation makes way more sense.
It does. It does.
I think the Starfarer would get old really quick.
Yeah. I tried already a couple of times, and I would like jump out of it because the problem was the shield holes. Like she would just die. Like it was too set because I would do.
Not to mention, people can come in and invade your ship through those gantries. You know, like that used to happen to me all the time.
That's kind of cool.
Because I used to haul. I used to haul in the Starfarer, and it was always a thing. Like you basically touch down at Port Olisar, sprint into the station, sell your shit, sprint back out to the ship, take off, point it to your destination where you're going to jump to, initiate the quantum drive, pull out an assault rifle, and then wait there at the door. And it was almost every single time somebody'd come through and you'd shoot them, then you'd carry on with your cargo.
Yeah. But it's kind of, especially if you're streaming, that's kind of interesting gameplay as well.
Yeah.
Even if you get pissed off. There is one ship though that's a big tangent, and I don't think the changes that we got now will do anything for that ship though. But I can see myself somehow playing the game around Reclaimer. I have such respect for design of Reclaimer, both
it's really
interior and exterior.
Yeah.
The idea of eating, dead ships for profit is just like fucking amazing.
That's another one though that I think especially as the game kind of fleshes out, I don't think that it's going to be really practical without a regular crew. You know what I mean?
You think so?
Yeah.
I can see Reclaimer being like a low, like 1-2 people being able to maintain it, unless you end up in a combat situation. Which
sure. I'm not saying you have to run it with like, I don't know, 5 people or whatever, but like at least
it's not a daily driver, but you can gimmick it into it. Like you can haul with it, you can have a vehicle in it.
In the current game, sure.
Of course.
Long term, I don't know. Especially if you're wanting to actually do salvage, like because they've talked about how like there's similar to the Orion, the Reclaimer is going to have like different stations for salvaging.
Yes.
Right. Like,
but Orion is so much bigger than Reclaimer, right? And I kind of feel like Reclaimer, dude, I might become a salvager like full on when it comes. I just hope it does not. Yeah, because I would gladly have bought, like the Reclaimer and what's the small one? I always forget, the Vulture.
Vulture, yeah.
Is that the name? Fuck yeah. Yeah, the E one is Venture. I always like mix these two now.
Yeah.
But I feel like Reclaimer, if you would have like, this is completely out of my butt. It is, but the Reclaimer, probably you would be able to do it on your own, but it would take shitloads of time, right? Like you would eat the ship, right? And then you would stay somewhere in space and go from station to slowly reprocess everything, whatever, and then you go and sell.
I don't know.
You think it wouldn't be possible?
Well, just specifically because they've talked about how important tractor beam operators are supposed to be for the day-to-day operations of the Reclaimer. So that's kind of where I wonder. I think you might need at least one other person, somebody to run the tractor beam in order to like feed the Reclaimer, basically.
Well, even that, like that's okay. I guess one ship for like solo gameplay and then the other one for like another person. I can live with that. I feel like Reclaimer is that big ship where you can survive with not too many crew members,
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Like I think with 3 crew, I think you'd manage just fine in like all situations. But yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, Taurus, most likely no for me. I'll keep you updated. Probably gonna turn it into something else. I'm bummed about this big time. I really wanted to because I'm looking for my home ship still, but it is what it is. We'll see.
I still think like long term, I know that CIG has been like skittish about doing a rework on the Constellation again, but I think it's pretty inevitable personally.
Connie, the other thing is Connie has so many issues right now. Again,
really,
like you shoot the ship and then it opens all the fucking doors and elevators and you're flying like that and stuff like that. It's just like silly, like yeah.
What?
You can't close it. It's like another leg basically to like land on, where landing gear. Your big hangar is your landing gear basically. It's she's not having a good time, man. Like Connie is having it rough, unfortunately.
I wonder what's up with that. Because like from a stats perspective, this is something that's new
She's
to
getting
3.14.
better, yeah.
They oh man, I had a whole bunch of stuff on the
shields and everything, right?
patch note, the shield changes and stuff like that. I'll just wing it then, I guess.
Yep.
Constellations, if you don't know, have gone up from 2 size 2 shields to 1 size 3 shield.
Which now is a huge difference. Because they've changed the way the shields are completely.
Yeah, we can go into that, I guess, a little bit in the combat system, but yeah, they've really differentiated between the shields. And it's about time, man. Like that's exactly what I've been saying for I don't even know, like years now, is that the larger size of the Constellation, so like it needs more shields. It's running the same shield load as a Freelancer, and it's like 30% bigger as far as like the hitbox on it. Like it just made zero sense.
It has gross cross section as well. It's like Connie's all over the place, man. It's like
it's so big, it's so easy to hit that like it needed at least another size 2 shields, but in this case going up to a size 3 shield, I think that's great. Like that, I hope that actually gives the Constellation some more staying power eventually. Apparently also in the patch notes they said that they bumped the base health of it up a bunch as well. So
I don't care about health, man, because until we get the...
it doesn't matter now.
Yeah, well now it matters, but like long term it doesn't.
Yeah.
So
yeah, exactly.
Until we get the physicalized stuff and ships are not going boom, I don't that's what I'm looking for.
But the bump in the base health, it's good. It's good combined with the shields, to hopefully kind of get the Constellation in a position where it's not like
let me put it this way, like Constellation for me right now, and I actually fly it quite a lot. Either I'm doing PvE, like combat missions where it doesn't really matter, or I'm hauling something where if someone gets me, I'm just gonna try to run away. Like that's it. I just want to run away. If they get through my shields, I'm done, man. Like there's no way with that ship I'm gonna manage to escape. That little bit of health will not help me. Or I'm gonna go with someone else. So if I have 2 fighters around me, then Connie is really fucking cool. As long as they can like fend off. And not everyone can do that though. That's the problem, right? So the bump in the health, it's okay. I'm just like, are you guys wasting time on this? Who cares? Like,
no, whatever. It's a value change, right? Like, so you might as well just bump the health up. You know what I mean? Like, it's sure. If it's as easy as just changing a number, then go for it. And,
it doesn't bother me. It's just like I don't get hyped for that. Shields though, yes, 100%, I agree.
But just making it so that with the shields and then possibly the higher health, if it means that a Constellation can actually have a role in a squad or something like that, and have a little bit more staying power, then that's good. It's how the Constellation should feel, in my opinion.
This is tangenting kind of, but it is part of the news. Before I came here, I watched a couple of streams, like right now, while I was waiting for you to get ready and all that. And I've seen people get blown into pieces by one missile by NPCs. And everyone's like, Miss, holy shit, Miss is gonna be a new meta and whatnot. And Miss is going to be a beast, right? But don't forget, Connie has 48 missiles, dude. Like, with missile operator mode, if things work, she's gonna be a beast, bro. Like, so those shields might actually help a lot, and I don't know. It might become a good ship, man. I don't know.
That's what I mean, man. And I would love to see squad-based combat start to become more of a thing. And this is something when we talk about kind of the combat system and how they're starting to kind of like try to differentiate between the ships a little bit more, because like in a squad, the way I've always seen the role of an Andromeda has been like the Andromeda should be the anvil kind of a thing. Like fighters are maybe the hammer, and that Andromeda is kind of the anvil. Or switch the analogy up if that's the way you wanna you wanna go. But like having the staying power to
yeah. I see her as a lot of things, like maybe in between big ships and small ships, but like definitely something that has a lot of. It's like Connie for me is like how do we call it, glass cannon, right? Like she has a lot of firepower, but someone needs to take care of her. Like she can't stand there on her own and defend herself, right? Even with men turrets, like they're dope, like because of the position where they are and everything is like not too many blind spots and everything. So someone has to actually protect her, which is probably why she has the snub fighter. But who knows? Maybe I don't know. Okay.
But we still do need to get together so that I can fly the snub fighter. That was something we talked about.
Sure.
Oh wait, but you don't have an Andromeda anymore.
Don't worry, I can have anything. I switch them super quick.
Oh well, I mean either that or would just grind.
They did touch the snub fighter Andromeda UI a bit again, but I'm not quite I'm not 100% sure how. Like there's a more similarities to landing on the station now visually. I think you get the little like icon where you're supposed to land when someone allows you to land. Like you ask for permission, they give you the permission, and then you get the icon or something. I don't know, I have to test it. But Morph was playing in Phoenix, and I was watching it, but I just heard the other person explaining it rather than, because Morph was not flying the snub fighter. He was just walking around admiring the clouds around Horizon. Okay, another item. This is, I don't think it's very important, although you're gonna see it a lot. You're gonna see it a lot because it looks kind of cool. If you guys remember, I was really furious about them selling armor with backpacks, the mining ones, whatever, for $15. They're not in the game at all. It was, I just like did not like that at all. They are in game on PTU. It kind of looks good, man. I love, like, in every MMO, I haven't
seen it yet. I haven't seen it at all. I never pay attention to that sort of stuff. I literally couldn't give two shits about personal equipment. So, but yeah.
I don't know. I like one of the things that I hate about Elder Scrolls Online is that we don't have capes, for example, there, and I love having a cape in a medieval whatever.
Yeah, totally.
And I can tell you, it looks very compact and good. It looks better to me than what it looks like on the concept art.
Okay.
It's not detachable yet, the backpack, but Morph said 315 should be. No, 315.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, that's what I mean though. Like
yeah. Next
at some point.
Yeah.
Which makes sense if they're doing the physicalized inventory or whatever next.
Exactly.
Next
and it's like you can slide it off and like put another color on it or whatever the fuck, it's like whatever. But it's in the game, it's in PTU, so if you bought it, you should have it in 314. That's the only reason I brought it up. And it looked good.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's go with the beef, right? So we got Horizon in the game. Shit, man, I don't know. I think this one looks better on screenshots
than it does in real.
Than it does actually.
Maybe. I can't comment. Obviously, I haven't been in there, but the screenshots look pretty fantastic.
I am not I am deeply disappointed. I have to. People say like when you actually play, it's different. Like it gives you a really good feel. But from all the streams that I watched, I was like, I just did not feel. I just did not get what I expected from it.
What did you expect from it, though?
I don't know. This is one of those things where I don't even know. Like you imagine something, and I think all the strats of the buildings and cities and all that is just like doesn't feel too good to me. It's like too skinny. I don't know. Like I don't know how to explain this.
Yeah.
Thin.
Well, they kind of even talked about that in was it the last ISC that we had? I think it was, where they talked about how like like they had that exact reaction. They put them together, like they were like, oh, this is gonna be so cool, and they put them together and they're like, this looks like shit.
Yeah, but then the last IC or whatever we had about it, they were so hyped about it, and I don't blame them. But don't get me wrong, I think it's great. It just doesn't.
It's neat.
It doesn't hit me the way I would want to. And then there's some amazing moments, man. Like when you see that shipyard, it's amazing. The one that you were surprised about is AI freighters. There are these huge fucking ships, bro, that you can land on, and they're moving around. Like they're delivering some stuff around. They look so good. Like that, it makes it alive, bro. It's so
yeah, it's moving. Yeah,
I want that everywhere.
Yeah.
So
well, I don't know. This is something that I kind of touched on Captain's Table yesterday, and that like, and we've actually talked about this in Straight Outta Stanton. It's like every time they do a new landing zone, they learn from the last ones, and they make it better, right? And yeah, like I agree. Like I saw those kind of moving platform kind of things. They look very Star Wars to me.
Sure.
And they did kind of make the scene kind of feel a little bit more alive. I obviously, like, all I've seen is from like pictures and videos and stuff like that. I haven't even really watched anybody in the PTU, but
it's differently seen in live motion. Like it does feel more alive. And then the shuttle also, like it's an actual ship. It's not on rails like in other places, right? So you see this little shuttle flying around as well. Which well, I always said, like, the moment we get NPC ships flying in and from the stations, it will change the game drastically, the feel of it, right?
Totally. Yeah.
And we have slight, bit of that here, which I love.
Yeah.
However, I'm just gonna go and like say all the things that I don't like, and keep in mind, like, as a whole, I'm happy Horizon is in game, and I think it's a great location. It just did not hit where I wanted to hit, kind of.
Yeah,
personally,
that's fair.
And then it might evolve into what I really like. So just to like, but I'm not hating it or anything. It's just like some things that I don't feel like felt good. The interior.
I don't know. Go out there and hate it. I'm pretty sure Vertigo just flat out said he didn't like it.
So the interior really feels to me like Microtech. And
really,
because there's a lot of light blue. It's the same color, man. That's the problem.
Okay.
That's kind of. That did not feel good.
I'm gonna have to explore a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, wait, sorry. Can you? Anyways.
No, that's fine. We can talk about it. Like there's these like huge light blue panels on the floor with the Crusader logo on them, but it's the same or almost the same exact tone as the one in Microtech. So clouds, it's hard to judge because there's a lot of issues with them, right? They're artifacting and they're not looking the way they should, which I honestly, to me, this is not a problem at all. Like I expected it. Like it's the first time they do it, and I don't mind that at all. But
it's tier 1 cloud tech.
It's not like you always have this serene, feeling of Japanese garden. It's more of like, and then it happens. You get a sunset or sunrise, and then you get this really good image. It lasts for a couple of minutes, and you're like, oh wow, and maybe that's good, man. Like, it would be stupid if you were always blown away by like scenery. It would just like get old, right? So
that. Exactly, yeah. Like it would blow you away for a little bit, and then it would just become commonplace, right? And
when it comes to the rest, like there's like way too much of that like Japanese cherry blossoms or whatever. It's like just a clusterfuck of things flying. Or it's like but I'm sure they can tone it down if they feel the same way, whatever.
Totally. And I still think it's kind of neat because, again, I do think it helps to like add that feeling of like stuff is happening in there. Like it's not, it's not like there's stuff moving around. There's particulate kind of like blowing through the air. You're right in that I think it's like pretty overblown, but I've been pretty
I don't
I don't know,
mind
I guess
them.
so.
I just think
Yeah,
it's
it's
like
just-
they need
yeah.
to like scale it down a bit, like the volume of it, and tell me how
Yeah.
you feel when you try it once, because unless they change it on until PU comes out, but like a little bit like too much. The other thing that everyone is like, now people land on PO and they look at Crusader and like, oh my god, it's beautiful. Like Morph, he had a fucking orgasm on his stream looking at PO from PO to and I'm like, I don't know if it's me, but I like the old Crusader more, like from the distance. This is white with like couple of like pink stripes, and that's it. I really think the old Crusader was so fucking iconic. When you look like Daymar Rally, and then you see the Crusader coming out of, you know, rising up from the moon and having these like bunch of like red-ish colors, like purple, orange, yellow, and oh my god, it looks so powerful. Now it's just like a white dot there. It doesn't hit me the same.
Okay. Well, a few comments on that from a again, I mean, first of all, I think like this is tier 1 cloud tech, right? So there's that. I think the way that it looks from further away will change as they kind of adjust LODs and stuff like that. But I agree with you in that when the older Crusader, you looked at that and it looked so much like Jupiter. It's like, you know, like you don't mistake that for anything other than a gas giant. Yeah. But at the same time, I love the idea of there being different looking gas giants. You know what I mean? Like,
sure, make a new gas giant that looks different. Okay, don't change my Crusader. Like, fuck you.
But like from a and again, this is from a nerd perspective. From a chemical perspective, the different different things that a gas giant is made of will actually change those. So with Crusader, with a lot of water vapor and O2 and N2 and stuff like that in the atmosphere, it is going to make it look a little bit different. And the second thing is, Crusader's a low mass gas giant. They call them puffy. They actually call them puffy gas giants. It's like an affectation in the astronomical community, if I'm not mistaken. And that is because they're low mass, they do tend to be a little kind of fuzzier looking, you know, like so I don't know. So like I hear what you're saying. Especially as somebody who came from like early like 2.0 3.0 when Crusader was huge, like way bigger than it is now. You know, like you definitely would get those like wow moments from down on Daymar when like the gas giant would be like coming up over the horizon and it's like most of the horizon almost, right? But
man, whatever, even if it makes sense,
yeah,
they have removed its, you know, what it was recognized for. They stripped its personality, kind of.
Yeah. Well,
you know,
yeah, we'll see.
And it's the most viewed planet, like at all times, right? So PO was there forever, and that was the first planet you saw when you came there. And now that planet is gone. It's some other planet. I just don't feel like I see Crusader anymore.
I think we'll get used to it. But the other thing I like about it a lot is I like how it now when I look at it, it has depth. It's not flat like the other one that they used is, right?
Sure, but I want all that with the all colors. That's all.
Yeah. So okay, so it's basically that you want kind of like that more brown and white.
Well, I just want it to be what it was, but like now with, you know, for real, not. Yeah. By the way, Terrada was flying around. There's some There's some solid places to fly around those struts and everything. It's amazing. But also he tried to fall down, man, and it's endless. Like you don't see the end of the, like there's like, it doesn't seem like it has a core or anything.
Kill floor? There's no kill floor?
I don't think so. He was there for hours. Okay. I was doing something else. I had him on our screen muted, and it was like he was just like falling forever. But again, like that might be, we don't know how they're gonna go about it, right?
Well, so we do know they that's actually in the monthly report.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, they're actually working on pressure-based damage. Okay. They've touched on it a couple times, basically. Cool. So yeah, like the further you go down, eventually you'll start like hearing your ship creaking and crunching and stuff like that until it just explodes, basically. But I'm actually kind of surprised that there's no kill floor. I thought for sure there was going to be a kill floor.
Maybe there is, but he didn't reach it. I was hoping someone else comes to him with another ship, because the ship is not falling, right, because of the thrusters, and then to see if he's actually falling or not, because you can't figure out. There's no clouds anymore. It's just like emptiness, right? So you can't really figure out what's happening.
You'd have to have like a destination set. If you set the destination to like an OM point or something like that, and then started falling, you'd be able to tell if he was moving.
EVA falling, not like
so
he won't be able to have.
We'll do it in a shipment. Yeah.
Well,
You're
right. I'll test it myself or find someone else.
Turn off your engines and
just sink in.
Just see how it goes. Yeah.
One thing that I did not manage to see is nighttime at all. I don't know if there is nighttime or not. Not sure how it works. You remember that I was talking about this? I was kind of scared of it. I still am. I'm not afraid of dark. It's just like I don't want to play the game within the clouds with no light at all. It just like bums me out. It doesn't feel good. And I didn't get to see that. I kind of feel like they made it so that it's always light, like daytime.
Maybe I was pretty sure I'd seen some night shots, but
what would be cool wrong. If the Crusader itself would be like almost transparent and like it. Let me tell you something.
We talked about this last time.
I know, man, but like the way the light works, it could reflect off the gas, kind of like the gas would maybe like lower light on the other side, but it would reflect some light. The other way.
Around it, yeah, sure, you'd have some of that. And plus, also, like we said, like there should be ambient light from other sources as well, like from stars and reflecting off of their moons and stuff like that. But I don't know. It would be cool if, like, during the rotation, one of the moons would hide the Stanton, right, and like have like short time darkness while the eclipse basically, but whatever. I don't know, I haven't seen it. Not looking forward to seeing it, to be honest, but yeah. Well,
okay.
I am, just because now I'm curious. But yeah.
So we got another plushie in the game, which is the same as Pico. I don't know what's its name. It's a little whale. It's cute, but I don't care about these things. They just clog the server. I just never understand why they're like putting it in game when the game is struggling so much. The big problem about Horizon is the frame rates are tanking big time, dude. Like I've seen people playing on super high-end rigs that never have issues with frame rate, even in Star Citizen, like struggling big time, dude. Like it's not good, man.
There were a couple notes in the monthly report, and I didn't write them down for the where we'll cover it later on. But yeah, there were a couple notes that they definitely had some like driver issues in this patch with certain cards. They also had just a bunch of different like code issues with the with the clouds and like how the clouds were interacting with the lighting and stuff like that. So not super surprised that
I mean guess it's they're gonna work on optimization for sure. Like it's tier 1, so whatever. But I'm just saying
what remains to be seen is, will we see those changes by live, or will this be something that kind of plagues us through all 3.14? And I think I
believe maybe 3.15 or later, because 3.15, don't forget, like they should add a bunch of other stuff, right? Like they need to make it alive, right? And then it's gonna be even crazier probably. However, this was from me watching Morphology stream. He did a video about it, and we're gonna mention this in Stanton gossip, but like I watched him stream around Horizon, and they were in a big group, as they always are, and two things happened which were really surprising to him, and when he mentioned it, it was surprising to me as well. The party markers, they've changed party markers completely. Like now you don't see the name under the party marker, but you see the marker. Yeah, they've changed it. You don't see the name of the
So what do you see then? Just a marker and then a
something
distance?
Yeah. marker and something. I don't remember, like some text, but it's not the name of the.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, it's not a big deal.
It's
I guess,
okay. It's good. Well, from what I've seen, and they've changed the font. And the problem is, again, there's no drop shadow or anything. So if the name of someone is if the light is behind, you don't see it and stuff like that. Like, I'm so like, come on, man. Like, but there's no desync or delay. Like even with ships, like someone is in another ship, like flying around, there's no delay. Everything's spot on, which is surprising. And also ships, when they fly into something before they explode, there was this like stutter or anything. No, now you can see the whole ship like flying into exploding, all it, like it's very smooth and all that. So this is
that's cool.
This is really cool.
Yeah, that's actually something, and again, we'll kind of go into it a little bit in the monthly report, but there was actually quite a bit in the engineering section that talked a lot about like refactoring kind of like how the physics system interacts with the server, et cetera, and most of it I will just flat out say is way over my head. But it's interesting to see that you actually are seeing, you know, some changes in 3.14, because reading through that engineering section, I didn't get the impression that it was going to be something, you know, we'd be seeing the benefits of, you know, potentially right now. Yeah.
However, the desync still exists. Don't get me wrong. Like when you're fighting, the desync exists. And again, like I've said, the frames are tanking massive. Even, you know, Morph has a beast, right? Look at his videos, man. Like if anyone has it, it's him. Yeah. It's not good, man.
Isn't he running like a 5950X, some crazy processor too?
I don't know, but like you know, it's it's not good. But again, first wave PTU, whatever, new planet, it's kind of expected.
To be expected. It is to be expected, yeah. I don't think anybody who, you know, like seeing Horizon coming expected performance to be good. Like, yeah, just especially from where we've been coming from in 3.13, you know. Yeah.
One thing though, if you take, for example, a combat mission and you fly away into the open space, there's like the frame tanking is in Horizon. It's not like worldwide.
It's got to be the clouds. It's got to like I just like I can't. Like,
it affects, like people are trying to like change clouds to medium and stuff like that, and it does give them like 7 to 10 FPS depending on the rig and whatnot. But yeah, the whole idea of having everything bumped up to the maximum seems not to work anymore. Like you will have and I've seen someone like trying to, it was in zero, like, and it was trying to like play around with it, and he had to lower some things in order to get like a couple of frames. It's hard, man. Like it's not, I mean, it's not playable. Luckily you don't care because you go there to look at things, not really play, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't
like,
matter.
What are
that
you
much.
really doing there? You know,
there's
like
nothing.
going to a shop or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's like the biggest news, but not for me. Like
I don't think so.
For majority of people, you know, following Star Citizen, New Planet, you know how like it hypes everyone up. I don't know. I don't care about it that much, so.
But I think this next section with like going into the new combat system and missile operator mode, like to me that's the bigger. Yeah, to me that is the bigger news.
I agree, and I want to preface this with neither of us played with the new combat system. So all the info that we get here is what's picked up from other streams or YouTube videos or whatever. Patch notes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right.
But I mean, we played enough combat to know, you know, between watching other content creators and also looking at the patch notes, you know, it's enough for us to know how big of a deal this is, you know. And how did John Crew put it? Catastrophic change to combat. And there was definitely some. We were even speculating, like, is that maybe a little bit hyperbolic? But no, from the sounds of things, it is pretty much like relearn combat, you know, which is great.
Not only relearn combat, the whole play, like feel, atmosphere, everything is different now because they've changed, obviously, the combat system. They've changed guns, especially ballistics, were hit hard. You have the capacitor now. You have new UI, and the sounds are changed. So you wouldn't think
I
the
love
sound
sounds. I'm
would,
excited
like,
about that.
oh my god, it's good, man. Like, you would expect the sounds to change that much. Like, we are leaning on what we hear so much in video games. We're not like aware of it, but like it's such a huge thing. So changing the sound.
Yeah.
When I jumped into, I think, Burks or Noodle, and I was watching, I was like, what am I hearing? What are these guns? What is this? You can't recognize any guns anymore. Like, it's just not a thing anymore. It's crazy. So my notes here are all over the place because they come as I watch things and notice things out. So don't, in no particular order. First thing that shocked me was how ballistic ammo is being, I don't know, spent.
Yes, though on that note, they did mention in the patch notes yesterday or the day before that they did increase the ammo count of ballistics somewhat. But
yeah, but it's in the game already, right?
Is it actually? So it's still really low then. But this kind of does. I'm okay.
Like, no. 1 second, and you don't have ammo. So the way it works,
sure I think after the change.
Well, today, like, I don't know, but it's like you shoot for 1 second, and then it needs to, like, I guess, replace the ammo. So
okay.
So you like shoot like then you have to wait, and then again you have a little burst, and then on top of that, the amount of ammo that you have. No, they changed like a magazine from 23 to 25. I think that's what they changed. I've heard Xenion talk about that today, and that's not a big difference, man.
No, you can also say though that heat was apparently a much larger factor with ballistics.
Yes.
Yes, on the topic of ballistics, one of the things that I thought was really neat that came out in some patch notes was how they were now focusing on differentiating the different guns, you know, in such a way that they're you know, they're
kind of
they're four different things, you know. So like, for example, cannons, they've said, are generally something that are something you'd want to use against larger targets. You know, so like if a fighter craft has cannons on it, that's what you kind of like, you're going to save those for your constellations, for your cutlasses, stuff like that. Which I think that's neat. Like,
on paper it is. I just need to see how, because this doesn't work, man. Like what we have now. So to put it plain and simple, ballistics are not usable currently on PTU. There's no meta or anything. Like, people are just straight up saying no ballistics, to a point where if you have ballistics in your turrets, you have to replace them.
Yeah, well, honestly, that's one of the things that they even said in these patch notes. Honestly, I should bring it up, but they said that they're actually replacing all ballistic weapons in turrets with energy weapons, because like the way that they've described the way that they want ballistics to feel is something. It's not your it's not your go-to gun. It's what you're using for like high alpha or finishers kind of a thing. So in let's use the Gladius for a second. It has that nose gun on it, the ballistic nose gun, and then the repeaters on the wings. The repeaters are what you're using to like try to suppress shields and stuff like that. And then it's like, when you get that opportunity to actually unload some damage, that's when you're supposed to use that ballistic weapon. And the ballistic weapons, they said they wanted to feel a lot more situational, you know, like you're not just holding down the trigger with them. You're waiting until that moment when it's like, here comes the damage, you know, pull the trigger.
Here's the problem though. You have a huge minigun on the nose of your ship, and you can fire like 25 bullets.
Yeah,
it has more barrels than bullets. It's like bullshit.
the ammo, that's something that's clearly
or like
needs to
overheats
balanced,
so fast that. So the only way I see, like, okay, again, like this is me speculating. The only way you can do what they want is ballistic guns being completely useless on shields.
Yeah.
As in, like, they just bounce off. There's nothing happens.
Well,
And then once you break the shields, then if you then you can normally use ballistics and they deal damage.
Honestly,
to the hull.
that was the intention for them anyways, because yes, right, like honestly, the way they were used in PvP before, where like people were using ballistics because they had that immediate bleed through of like that's not the intended, like yes, that is something that happens, but it never was supposed to be the reason you'd use ballistics.
Well, it should not happen then. That's the problem.
Well, here's the thing: if with ammo this low, you don't want to use your ballistics when that shield is up, because with that limited ammo, you're now basically just shooting. You're like, yes, you're getting some bleed through, but it's at such a reduced damage that you're basically just fucking yourself over by firing those ballistics into a shield face. Like, yeah, you're getting some bleed through, but it's at what? Like, you're getting 30% of the damage through. And when you have your use of those ballistics so reduced by ammo and heat, you're really shooting yourself in the foot. You're doing it wrong, basically. Yes, you'll get some penetration, but but in the long run, you're just fucking yourself over.
I think what they're doing right now is either really good or very bad. And it's kind of cool if we had only ballistics, cannon, like maybe ballistics, and energy weapons, and like, I don't know, like Gatlings of both. Gatling, scatter, and cannon, right? So there's like 6 weapons. But we don't, because we have all this, and then we have like different manufacturers, and then each gun of them acts differently with different speed, different loadout, blah, blah, blah. So what I'm afraid of is that you might end up in a situation, if they overcomplicate it too much, and you're like free flying, and you end up in a situation where you need to fight someone, NPC or player, and you just have guns that are useless completely. Like you can't, because you cannot have a combination of all these guns. You know what I mean? Like you cannot have everything on your ship.
Yeah.
So,
I see what you're saying, for sure.
So I want it to be like a bit complex. Like what we have prior to this patch is it can be fun, but it's bullshit. It's like that's not how it should be, right?
No, because there was ultimately, like, for the most part, there was only ever like certain guns that were worth using, and the bulk of them weren't. So that's kind of why, like, what they talked about in these patch notes, like how they're stripping everything back, they're bringing everything down to equivalent levels, and they're going to work on the types, like differentiating between the types of guns and shields, and then they're going to kind of like bring it back so they can kind of modify, to kind of bring that complexity back. I think that's I think you're right in saying that it could be very good or very, very bad, but I think this is a good place to rewind to, because like we just said, like the way it used to be was a shit show, So bring it back to simplicity, differentiate the different types of guns, and then start to bring some variety into those types of guns. I think that the concern about ending up with a ship that has kind of like a useless loadout, I think that's kind of valid to an extent, but I think from the way that I've heard kind of like them put out their goals for the weapons, I think that just kind of comes down to like the laser repeater, I think, is your just like standard go-to, like if you don't know specifically what you're going to be doing or who you're going to be fighting, that's your go-to all-rounder kind of a thing. And
okay, so if you have CFs, you're fine. That's what you're saying.
But
then you can maximize kind of with other
except
weapons.
For like, yeah, exactly. But like ultimately, if you have CFs and you try to like take on like, and you're in a fighter and you try to take on a like, I don't know, like a ship
Idris.
Caterpillar or larger, then obviously, like you're probably not going to make much progress there. But I think that's okay.
Well, if
honestly.
the shields regen faster than than your DPS, there you go. Like, you just can't outpace the shield regen speed.
That we'll get into with the shield differentiations, because that's another thing that they've gone into. You know
too much. I cannot talk to you about this.
Wait, really? Why?
Well, whenever I have an idea and then you read something that I did not, and I don't know,
Hold on, I'll see if I can track down the post, and then we
we'll
can
get
actually
there. We'll get there. Let's stick to the script, because otherwise,
sure, we're
never
never finish.
doomed. Yeah. Okay, so capacitors are in, but they are part of the triangle, if I got it correctly, and it seems like they're not really working properly.
Are they? Oh,
yeah,
that's
I've
a
seen
bummer.
Burks having a real fight with a couple of viewers where they're telling him like, do this, and he's like, I'm doing it, dude, and they're like, no, it did not move, and he's like, yeah, I'm not moving it with a mouse because I have it bound on my sticks, and they're like, yeah, but it did not move, and they're like, yeah, what do you want me to do, dude? Like, it doesn't work. Right?
That sucks.
So I don't know if it's like ship wise or like
Maybe
I don't know,
somehow.
But it's a shit show.
I don't know.
Which is expected. However,
Yeah.
you definitely can play without using the capacitors. Okay, so you can just like,
which was their intention.
Yeah.
Like,
but if you want to maximize, you want to use the capacitors, and yeah. I cannot talk about this too much until I try it. I watched it, I tried
none
to
of us
understand,
can, yeah.
and it's so new that I can't. I can't wrap my brain around it without trying it.
The one thing that I liked about the changes with the power triangle that they didn't really talk about that much was that now we know exactly what happens when you change your power triangle from your weapons to your engines to your shields.
I am super happy that they did not add capacitors on top of triangle, but rather just like turn triangle into capacitors, which
sort of
it makes sense.
Like for example, and I don't know if you know this, but this was another thing that was in in patch notes or dev tracker somewhere. I don't know. I'll have to track it down. When you divert power to shields, it gives you a damage reduction. Like it reduces the damage you take to your shields. When you divert power to your engines, it gives you more boost fuel. When you divert power to your weapons, it gives you more shots before your capacitors run dry.
Maybe that's 23 to 25.
Sorry?
The one that Zinnia was talking about. Maybe that's not the change, the patch change. Maybe he has 25 bullets instead of 23 when he boosts the capacitor.
Yes, yeah.
See, there's so many things that it's so hard to actually figure it out. It's unless you're like playing it. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, I'm honestly kind of surprised. Like, they had a lot of different videos on capacitor gameplay, and that never came up. Like we heard that it's going to make a difference, but they never said exactly what that difference was going to be when you're moving that power triangle around.
I like that because, and this might sound crazy, but like, if they tell us all their intentions and what they want, then we follow them and try to maximize that. If they just give you, here it is, figure it out, then they're gonna see exactly how we are going to like react to it, and then they can see what our natural choice would be, so that they can like build it or change it, towards like the. Because it's so hard, when you're testing it, but you built it, it's so hard because you're already like, what you want.
Yeah. Like, so, yeah.
I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
That's a really interesting way of looking at that, actually. I never thought about that like that before. But that's, so instead of like coloring, potentially, what would they call it? They call it like coloring the results or like tainting the results, the testing results by basically saying, without letting them figure it. That's interesting. Yeah, I
had this situation before and loved it. I was streaming a game that I was also in touch with the developers. I talked about this. It's Pagan Online, and they were like building in a beta and everything. And then they would push a new patch and tell us, "Okay, we've changed the arena." And you're like, "Okay, what did you change?" And they were like, "You tell us," And it was really good. It worked really well. We were like, then we would go in and be like, "Oh, this is different. This is different." And then. I don't know, like a week later, we'll be like, okay, so you guys figured all this out, told us how you feel about it, but then there's also these 3 things, and then we would like go and look for that. But like, they got the actual player feedback of like, like 100 people or whatever, it's kind of
okay.
cool.
So I like that, but also I would like them to eventually say.
That's exactly what
You know?
what these guys did. Like they would give us
Yeah.
like a week or two, and then they would go into it with us and be like, okay, so what about
Like,
this?
here's what actually changed. Yeah.
And it was
like,
crazy
here's
because
what
some changes were so good and felt so natural that we did not even figure out that they've changed it. We're just like, and we were like, oh shit, you've changed that? Like, yeah, that's fine. It just feels good, man. Like
Yeah.
I did not even figure out that you changed it. So
that,
I don't
to
know.
be fair, that is something that that CIG has been doing more and more often over the last couple years. Is these like ninja changes? I think is what Board called them.
Yeah.
You know, like these changes
ones,
that that come into the game and they aren't really featured on any videos or anything like that. It's just kind of something you figure out when you're actually in there and playing. So yeah.
Cool. No, I'm okay with that. Okay, so turrets are strong.
I like that.
Me too, but I'm kind of confused about it. Like, I want to see how that unfolds. Because right now, it feels like having a turret is finally better than having another chip, or equal at least. Yeah. Okay? And this happened because of the capacitors and everything. So
yeah, that does make a ton of sense when you think about it, right? Like larger ship, obviously it's going to have more energy to pull off of, so those turrets can basically just open up and stay firing for longer. That does make sense. I like
the
that.
other reason is small ships with the shield changes are now not as tanky. So if you being in a turret, you are protected. Like, let's say Connie, you're protected by size 3 shield that that can pinpoint the location of shots and everything. And I did not see this coming, but I didn't either. Salute to that. That's fucking amazing.
And honestly, even if turrets are kind of like OP, I'm okay with that at this point, just because they've been like useless for so long. Or even most recently, how they're like, they're functional. I've played in turrets.
I'm okay with turrets being stronger than they should be.
Yeah.
Because it's always an extra hassle to find another person to play with you and not use their own ship. As I always say, like, why would I fly your ship? So if I fly with you and I feel strong and I feel like I am affecting the battlefield because I'm sitting in this turret, immediately I feel better about myself and but then they should tone them down later.
It's going to be fucking brutal in PvP if these turrets kind of keep being as strong as they are right now. Redeemer comes out next patch.
Well, there's actually people are flying hammerheads. People are flying retaliators.
Cool. I'm glad about that, man. That's really cool.
Yeah, no, I agree. Retaliator turns out to be an okay ship now. Because
that would be I'd be down
turrets.
for getting in a retaliator kind of like gunship kind of.
I have one, so
and that'd be neat too, because like if the rock paper scissors thing starts happening and like and hammerheads are like rock or whatever, then retaliator or scissors, let's say, then I don't know, whatever, you get the analogy I'm trying to make. Like it'd be interesting to have like somebody's out there in a hammerhead that's all crewed up. Well, okay, let's grab a retaliator and get that crewed up, and then like you're going in there basically countering the do you
think retaliator can counter hammerhead 1-on-1?
If you got the jump on him, couldn't you? Like, you got 6 size 9s.
Well, we'll talk about missiles, but also she has a fucking shark has like size 5 torpedoes as well. She has torpedoes as well, and you're in a smaller ship, smaller shield.
True.
So
what are the ranges like though? I like I said, I this is all just off the top of my head because like I don't like
So the whole missile gameplay, which we can jump into it. Let me see. So yeah, turrets are better. So that's it. So the missile gameplay has changed drastically with MOM, which is missile operator mode. So first of all, we also have a new UI. So all this coming together at the same time is what creates the confusion. Different missiles change to like ballistic ammo and every ammo, like all the guns, new UI. Like there's so many things, and they were right when they said whatever apocalyptic or whatever the fuck. Like it just like there's so many changes that you get overwhelmed. Which yes. Okay, now I have the reason to go and play the game because I don't understand anything. So
exactly.
even doing a box mission now will be different for me. So yeah, I'm happy with this. Just saying. See, guys, we are sometimes happy about things in Star Citizen. Just saying. Okay, for you in comments there, yeah, there's some positivity here. Anyways, so right now the new UI for locking the missile is fucking awesome. I don't know, have you seen it?
No.
Oh, dude. So you have your lock target, and then
it sounds like 3.14 is just going to be a really exciting patch for me because I don't know anything about it yet.
Well, me neither. Like, I've been just watching streams, which is why I said like people should watch streams, definitely. And then you lock your missile, and then it starts this. If it's in range, it starts like there's a circle, and it has like little boxes around it, and it starts like tick 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 tick. And if they break the circle, you lose it all. And then you have to like catch it, and then once you have it, you have to fire it. But the longer you have it locked, the higher the chance of you hitting the target and the missile avoiding the countermeasures.
Oh,
which is so
interesting. Oh, that's really interesting.
That's crazy, dude. And then if the missile hits, holy shit, it's like a nuclear. Like it's crazy. Like missiles are so strong, which I really like because they're hard to hit with, and they're expensive. And you don't when you
Are
reclaim.
they actually expensive now?
Well, even if I don't know, but that's the idea, right? But when you reclaim your ship, you don't get missiles on it, which is fucking amazing. Like,
oh, they changed that too.
They changed it. Okay. So I've seen people claiming their shit and flying back into the action like, wait, why can't I lock? Like, no, where are the missiles? I just claimed this, and like, you have to buy it.
Yeah, because like that's the thing. Missiles in previous space games. That's kind of always been the thing. Like they're oftentimes very high damage, but like limited resources. There's something you think about before you fire. You don't just like boop 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 max lock and spam missiles, right? Like it's.
But also, if you're flying a small fighter, you're hard to lock onto and keep the range.
Yeah.
And then when I fired, wait, let me just explain. When I fired the missile, you have to use your countermeasures at the exact moment. Like you have to use it on time. If you don't, you're done. Like if you don't, you have to be on the lookout for the missiles all the time. So basically, Xenion Zero went and did a PTU mission, and he showed up. He changed his keybind for countermeasures. He showed up in the span of 10 seconds. He was dead. He did not fire a single shot. What happened is the enemy, I don't know, Buccaneer fired the size 1 missile on his Gladius, and he used a countermeasure. He was like, no, I did it too late, and boom, that's it. You're done. If he did it on time, though, he would be fine. Like, he would have, countermeasures are good, but you have to, like, use them on time.
I think it's probably safe to say that the missiles will probably get toned, down again.
Oh, 100%.
But I hope not too much. Like, I do like the idea that, like, if you fuck up and you get hit by a missile, it's bad news. Like, it's not something you just shrug off. It's like, if you took this hit, then maybe it's time to think about running the fuck away. Question though, have they kept with missile operator mode? Have they kept the minimum ranges of missiles that they had in 3.13? I
couldn't figure out because UI is so different that I don't fucking know where to look, man. Like, there's so many things. But I can tell you the missile operator mode right now is confusing the fuck out of everyone, dude. Like, people are trying to figure out what to click to use it, how to use it. It's a shit. But I think honestly, the UI is so different now, and all of these things are. It's like. And there's a lot of things, like a lot of information on the screen and everything, but let me tell you something. It looks slick, and I think we can get used to it. I don't think it's a bad kind of a lot of things.
Yeah. It's just gonna take some time to get used to.
Which I'm okay with, man. Like, that's really
absolutely
nice because we have something to do, right? Again.
Yeah.
You get to see excited really Chegg about a game, man. That's not something like it doesn't happen very often.
I haven't felt this excited about Star Citizen for a long time, and honestly, like, I knew capacitors were going to shake things up, but I didn't realize just last week when we were talking about like how they were talking about they've changed all the stats and stuff like that. That was when I was starting to get a little bit excited because I was like, okay, full stat changes too on top of capacitors.
Yeah, I'll fight you on that. I don't think it's capacitors. I don't
You
think
don't think
no, I think capacitors are changing just the 1v1, you know, like those 1v1 PP players more than anything else right now. I think it's all the other changes, some of everything else.
Right.
Yeah, there's so many things. And keep in mind, like, some of these things will be shit. Like, it will not work as intended, but it's fine.
And that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. They'll fix it.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, like the missiles kind of thing. Like, if you're getting one shot by a size 1 missile.
Do you know what's the name of that guy who is part of vehicle experience team with a bicycle behind, wherever? Like, I think he tweeted that it's so nice to see something that we've been working on for such a long time.
That's another Richard, isn't it?
Maybe, yeah. Anyways,
and it's not Trier, it's like Towler or something.
It's really, I don't know, but like now I understand, because they've changed so many things. They had to like keep it under, you know, like kind of secretly, and
which is honestly probably good.
Yeah. No, look at this shock that we got. Like, and
well, think
the...
about this the other way though. Like, okay, so imagine if when they were starting to talk about the capacitor changes, if they also kind of rolled out their intention to like
change
rebalance stats, and like, you know, Saber now only has like 2 size 1 shields instead of this, and so, like, people would have lost their fucking minds, and not in a good way.
Yeah.
And
but also it wouldn't be as a shock, you know.
Yeah, but now that they're unrolling it in a time where like you can just go and try it and then like see, okay, yes, these were all big changes, you know, but this is like, you get to experience that change as opposed to just basically sitting on it and worrying if it's gonna fuck up the game for, you know, 3 months while you wait for a patch or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yes. I just want to add something. With all these changes, the game is completely different, but you know what? It did not lose any of... You know how I said that they stripped Crusader of its identity? All these changes did not make Star Citizen lose any of its identity. Like, you watch it, and it's crazy,
right,
but it's Star Citizen crazy. It's like...
Right, okay.
It's there.
Okay.
It's home.
Before we move off the changes, I think the other really important thing to mention about combat changes is, and going back to when we were talking about them differentiating between different types of weapons, well, they're doing the same thing with shields as well. So the difference between size 1 shields, size 2, 3 shields, and size 3 shields is big now. And they've leveled all the shields out. So just so everybody knows, you know, the difference between an FR66 and a Mirage, there is no difference right now. They've flattened all of those out, just so that they can kind of do some baseline testing on the difference between the types of shield, the sizes of shields, rather than, you know, getting into like the difference between a military shield and a stealth shield, etc., etc. So right now in 3.14 PTU anyways, I don't know if this is going to hold over till live, but it might. Size 1 shields, all size 1 shields are the same, all size 2 shields are the same, all size 3 shields are the same, because they're just playing with making them feel different. And they've done that. So size 1 shields are something that you will see kind of on fighter craft. Size 2 shields are for heavy fighters and your medium ships. So that's pretty much the same. But they have some slight differences between them. So first of all, size 1 and size 2 shields are now only one face. There's no multiple faces of shields. You just basically have a shield kind of percentage almost, and that's your shields for your entire ship. No matter which direction you're facing.
It was kind of confusing for me that one face almost feels like it's only forward or whatever. No, you just don't get to choose where the ship is like more powerful.
Everybody's been calling them like bubble shields, basically.
Exactly.
Instead.
Because that's what it is. Like, they don't look like bubbles like the old ones, but they are, your ship is enveloped into it, and that's it. Like, you lose percentage as a shield becomes, you know, less and less powerful, and then it just goes through it. Yeah.
So size 1 shields, if I'm not mistaken, are again like kind of low health cap, high regen. Size 2 shields are slightly higher capacity, slightly lower regen, if I'm not mistaken. And then size 3 shields don't have a lot of regen. They have the 4 faces that you're used to, and but they have very, very high health pools.
This changes so much. Like, this literally makes bigger and multi-crew ships viable now.
Yeah. Well, it also kind of, again, like having a, I mean, we can't do this now because the co-pilot still can't adjust ship systems, but having somebody who's in the co-pilot seat, who's your missile operator, who's also managing kind of shield faces, power distribution as well, like that does kind of like start to make it, like we were talking about last week, where the co-pilot could actually be somebody who's affecting the game and, possibly even having some fun with it. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I think this is good. I think, again, it's one of those situations where I'm glad they've just kind of flattened things out right now.
Oh, I
and
like simplify
testing
it to
make
figure
things.
it out.
Yeah, and then they can kind of like add some complexity later on once they've got the baseline feel right. So
I just I don't want it to be like too complex. Like right before this patch, right? You have to go online and figure out what the fuck is what shield doing and what's, instead of having grade 1, grade 2, grade 3 military, civilian, there, and then if you have 2 grade 1 military, then one has better this and
yeah.
Like,
well, that's something that they've all, like, that's been something that like even they've admitted is something that they are wanting to fix.
Like, you don't want to overcomplicate every aspect of the game.
Well, and it doesn't help that there's no information on it in the actual
game.
That's
on top
right?
of that,
like,
yeah. But even with
like,
the information, man, I think it's just like some things are way over the top. So for me, I don't know.
I would be okay with it if it was just a little clearer. You know what I mean? So like for example, like if you jump in right now in 3.13 and you're looking like what is grade A mean? What does grade C mean? Like if you don't know that basically is just the different tiers, like quality levels, you'd never know that, right? And ditto with like the industrial versus stealth versus
military,
like,
civilian.
Yeah, like that's the kind of stuff where like I'm okay with that complexity being there. It just needs to be illustrated more clearly so it's easier to kind of get like, oh, okay, I get it. So if I'm trying to run all stealthy, then obviously I'm going to run, these components. Or if I'm just looking for like max boom for dollar, then I'm going to run this kind of components and stuff like that. And then the whole grade 1, 2, 3, I don't know. Frankly, I think they should just, and okay, I'm just throwing this out there and you may disagree with this, but implement the whole MMO stereotype of white, green, blue, purple, like, I don't know. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind either. But that's maybe they will, when we have actual text explaining what's happening.
Yeah, maybe.
Here's my idea on shields, for example, or weapons, or anything, any components. Keep the grades and quality. Let's take shields, for example. So let's say you have grade 1 military size 2 shield, okay? Then make this shield with these specific attributes always the same, regardless of if it was made by 3 different companies, okay? So you still have your complexity, but then don't add more because who made the shield, right? Because we have that now.
Oh, okay.
Now,
wait, we do?
Yeah. Now, I think we do. So,
oh, you know what it is? The way it is now is, oh no, maybe I'm wrong.
Wait, let me finish, because
okay, go.
And then we'll go back. So let's say you have 3 different companies making grade 1 size 2 military shield. So make the shield look different, right? So visually, give it flair, so that people can choose to buy different kinds of shields. So when you're getting hit, maybe it like you see it, or maybe like, I don't know, like, something that does not really affect the gameplay, but rather visuals or something like that. You know what I mean? So that people don't buy. Otherwise, everyone's gonna buy. Everyone's buying FR66. Everyone's buying XL, whatever one.
Yeah.
It cannot be on. I don't know. So, yeah, you have this right now, right? Because XL. I forgot the names. XL1.
XL1 is a quantum drive.
Yeah, and
really fast one.
and what's the Crossfield are the same everything, but one is slightly more expensive and slightly more fast in one of 3 phases or whatever the fuck, and spends a little bit more fuel.
Oh god, yeah, the quantum drives.
You know what I mean? But it's the same with every component. Like, just don't do that. Like, have a standard that is complex enough, but stick to the rules. And then as you add more manufacturers that are having same components, because of course they're gonna make same components, give them flair. They affect something,
Yeah.
Different state of different lights, or flicker in state of emergency or something like that. Like, add something to it. Missiles have different color. What's the name? Tail, whatever the fuck, whatever you see. I don't know, man. Bullets are different color.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Like, because the other part of me goes like, at the same time, one of the things that's kind of fun, I don't know how Destiny does it, but in Borderlands, for example, like, not only do you have like white, green, blue, purple, orange or whatever for quality levels, but the two, even if you got 2 different blue items that were from the same manufacturer and they're the same gun, they can potentially have different stats.
I absolutely hate that. Some games do that, and I just don't play those games. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Some people love it.
Because it's an RNG kind of a thing, right?
I hate RNG. I cannot stand RNG in any game.
But the good thing about that is that for looting purposes, like if you are looting these components, not necessarily buying them, it does give that little bit of like, what did I get? What did I get? You know what I mean? Like,
okay, how about instead of having RNG on like, if you find an engine in an old car, that's the engine that was in all of these cars. It's only the condition that will change it.
Yeah.
So let's say you find, wrecked Gladius, and you take out the shield, but that shield has been used so much that you have to kind of, like, right now it's not going to work as good, or maybe you have to repair it to put it back into its original condition.
But on the other side of things, you might find that Gladius and find that shield generator not only is pristine, but has been modified so it's even better than it was stock. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't want that either. I don't want modifying these components, but a lot of people want it.
And they're going to. Like, that's the whole subcomponent thing. It's the whole, like,
let's see.
Modifying and tuning, too, is what they described as almost like enchanting kind of a thing.
Overcomplicating the already complicated game, but whatever. I know a lot of people will disagree with me on this, but whatever. I'm 90% sure this will just ruin the experience of so many people and people are just not aware of it, but that's okay.
I don't know. I don't know if that's because that's the thing. Like, MMOs, like that's part of it, right? It's like you're gearing yourself up, you're doing your enchants, you're putting in your gems, you're like that's part of what kind of like what. That's part of the progression, and it's part of that customizability. So I don't know. I think you're right in that it is possible to go too far, but
World of Warcraft went too far, and then they had to tone it back.
I guess because they had glyphs, and then they had gems and
RNG on drop and fucking proc on item, for better stats, and fucking there is too far. They're just too far.
Yeah. And then there's also the fact that, like, you can have all of that RNG shit, but in a game like WoW, it makes more of a difference than it would necessarily in a game like Star Citizen, where, like,
I think it would be worse in Star Citizen, actually.
You can have the best fucking guns, like, overclocked, tuned, modified, etc., but if you are shit at actually landing hits, it's not really going to make that big of a difference. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this.
I'm okay with having like sub-components because these are also components, but I don't want people to be able to tweak things themselves. It's like if you have 3 sub-component slots, you can put 3 out of, the Spectre or whatever. I don't want like the Elite Dangerous idea where you have the regular components like from worst to best, but then you can go to an engineer and do a quest, and then you get the better component, because guess what? It just pushes everyone to get that fucking component. It's like, it's not a choice, or it's just bullshit. I don't know. Yeah, I hate that, man.
It did it like that. In that case, it turned it into a grind, and I have not seen a single person speak positively of that.
Of course.
Most people I've heard who got to that point in ED said, "Okay, well, I'm done now."
I mean,
so
it's not even
something to that.
It's not at the beginning when they do something like that. All studios, it's like, oh, something new to do, and then it gets old very quickly, man. It's like, it's just
I don't know.
You have to do.
I'm still out on that, because I do personally like tweaking and I love customizing and stuff like that. So like part of me is like, and I love looting at the same time, right? Like I love kind of like, oh, I just killed this thing, now I get to go, like, let's see what's on it, kind of a thing. But you're right in that it can definitely go too far, and I don't know where I stand on it, to be honest. Ultimately,
I
whatever.
want the game
I
to
guess
be complex, but like complex enough not to go over the top, and that's my take on everything in Star Citizen. Because the game itself, especially if you had like multi-crew with 10, 20 plus people, and then you want to like, oh god, where are we going? Slow down.
Well, yeah, but
I know we disagree on
this.
I know we disagree on this, but
I don't know, because I don't know necessarily where I stand, right? Like, I like complexity. I agree that it is possible to go. I think our degree of acceptable complexity is definitely different.
Yep.
But like, I also think like, okay, yeah, like the complexity of like multi-crew, 20 people on a ship or whatever. But also at the same time, if you guys are like a regular group and, like you are focused on being that 20-person crew in that ship, it's neat to be able to have additional progression that you can do beyond that. You know what I mean? Like, all right, guys, we just finished this mission. Now we have the money to like put in some new mods to our ship that we're, crewing.
I'd rather have more content for that progression than infinitely, making my ship, more and more, I don't know, overpowered or whatever the fuck. Because, after all, like, there's another ship. We already have, like, 100 and something ships in the game. Like, I don't know.
If you're including the variants, yeah.
Yeah. But more is to come, anyways. A lot more, so.
Well,
okay.
Ultimately, we will see. I think that one of the good things about being able to look at things iteratively like this is that, like, we can actually we get to see which direction it starts going, because they usually do start out one way and then,
I'm glad they toned it down
back and forth
to figure it out, and then I just hope they're gonna, well, I'm just saying the same thing over and over again, actually. That I will not go too far. That's all. That's my wish, but I know.
But then at the same time too, like, then there's like the concept of used parts too, right? There's like, like,
to me, that's
do I
simple,
save,
man.
do I save $50 and like go for a used component that's slightly less good, or I don't know.
Do you want my take on that? You're not gonna like it though.
Well, I don't know. Go for it. You don't like the things I'm saying.
Used components you have to fix before you sell them.
Or sell them at a steep discount.
I don't want that.
Why not?
Because I don't. It's just another of those things where why, just complicates things to an unnecessary.
Okay, are you talking buying them, or are you talking like selling the loot that you've got? So basically, in order to sell all the components that you salvaged, you have to repair them to pristine condition before you sell them to the.
Basically, you can sell it
depot?
as trash. No, that's fine. I don't care. But if you're selling it to another player, it needs to be restored to pristine state. Or if you want to install it into your ship, you have to fix it first.
Yeah, okay, we disagree on that.
Yep, I know.
Yeah.
It needs to be a
Okay.
game, man. I don't want to live, I don't want to be a mechanic in game, or I want it, but for as long as it's fun for me, who doesn't care about that in real life, and because I don't want this to become Second Life or whatever.
I like haggling and I like auction houses though too. I like I love like looking
auction
on there
house
and
is
being like,
fine. You can have that. You can change the color of it or whatever the fuck, like I don't care, but like to make a difference, you can undercut someone. There's so many components that will be in the game, and if right now you can make something in World of Warcraft, or you can find it, or you can buy it, and then you can buy 10 things and then bump up the price, right? The auction house can still work with, and there's no such thing as, like, let's say in Classic, there's no such thing as lower quality stuff of Masocast. It's always the same stuff with the name, but there's still auction and all that, right? So it doesn't have to be broken or whatever, half of the power or whatever the fuck, I don't know.
well, we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. I love the idea of being like, I don't know, just bargain hunting too, and being like, holy shit, this is really easy. Like, if I am mechanically inclined and somebody isn't mechanically inclined, and they're just like fucking putting it up for sale, like, somebody take this off my hands, I can't be bothered to fix it, and I'm like, I like doing that sort of stuff, and for me that's a simple matter, and I'm getting it for 30% less or something, and all I have to do is this and this and this. I don't know, like I like that. I also like haggling too, like with this player's trying to sell this, and then being able to be like, I don't know, I'll give you this for it, kind of thing, because it's busted, or it's going to need some work. I think that adds color to a universe, but yeah.
You're changing a game into real life now.
That's kind of the thing about Star Citizen, right? It's supposed to be a universe. It's supposed to be that
okay. To a point, I agree, but then if it's too much, I don't want to play it. I don't want to. I live one life, and I don't like it. I am a depressed person who is not enjoying life for like 7 years now, and I don't want to end up being depressed in the game because I'm living life there as well. And for some people, I mean, it's fine. This is the problem with an alpha state of a game, because none of us really know. And I know there's going to be a lot of people saying, "Oh, but that's exactly what they're going to do," including you. Or we don't know. The fact is,
no, we don't know.
We don't fucking know anything. So when the final product comes out, you guys might get, you who disagree with me, might get exactly what you want, and I might not play the game. Which
or at the same time, it could be that like what I think sounds fun now ends up not feeling good, and then I hope that they kind of like turn it back.
Or I might end up liking it. That's also because I'm basing everything on my own experience, which there's a lot of it, but they are kind of making a new stuff, a new thing here. So
honestly, well, this conversation was practically an imagination station, to be honest.
Almost, yeah.
Because it's like, talking about stuff that like, anyways, I don't know, I think it's fun.
Okay, the other stuff then is like one thing I want to mention before we get to the actual issues is, how the voice ship act, like it tells you everything, like target destroyed and stuff like that, right? Or low ammo, or I don't know, shields low. Yeah. Right now, in a span of 1 minute, you can hear ammo low, ammo depleted, like about 100 times, and it's so annoying.
Well, can't you turn down ship chattiness?
Yeah, but then
I usually do.
Well, no, because this is a reaction to something that happens, right? It's like if you would be losing your shields every 5 seconds. This is not chattiness. This is you getting information. So you can either turn it off or not. And I don't know how I feel about that. That's the problem with the ballistic weapons right now. Like literally, it's happening way too often. Like I told you, 1 second. You have 1 second to unload what you have, and then you get the information that you did unload it.
Right.
And then the second or so to get it back, and then the second again to tell you that it's so fucking annoying.
I usually turn that almost off, to be honest. Like, because they had multiple settings of it. Like, are you ship truck? Because it used to be the same thing. Like, anytime you get within close, like it would be like, proximity, deck, proximity, and I fucking hate that.
I turned that off as well.
So So like for me,
But-
yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it gets tweaked, but yeah,
Yeah, I hope so.
I don't
because
need to play with
I
those on.
I fly with voice attack, so I need to hear my ships.
Yeah.
Because I say something and then I get the information back if it's executed. Like
Yeah.
missile launched. I need to hear
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So if I have to turn that off, so that I don't hear whenever my guns are depleted every second, I'm in a problem. Like I don't like that.
Yeah.
But it's not
Well,
a
that's
bug.
fair.
It's like I don't know. It's just like I don't know. It's awkward.
It's an apocalyptic change.
Yeah.
And obviously there's going to be things that need to be adjusted.
For sure. Yeah.
Including apparently the voice. Yeah. Yeah, there are quite a bit of issues though, like you have down here, which is to be expected.
I'm gonna
PTU,
say,
but
like,
yeah.
connected to this, like, I like that they're changing the ballistic and energy guns and all that. I think it's do change for a long time. I don't like what's happening with ballistics right now. I think it's bullshit. I don't think it's just like no one is playing it. That's as far as it goes. Like people go in to try it and they're like, okay, this is not working. So
Well, that's fair.
well,
So
they
it'll be
will have to
changed.
change. Yeah. It almost feels like that part. Everything else is crazy, and you can like either like it, dislike it, think that it can be tweaked. It almost feels like they did not test ballistics, because when you've tried in a small ship, you're like, how can this go to PTU? Like, it's obvious that this is not the way it should work,
Yeah, that is kind of interesting.
But it is what it is. I mean, maybe they have to push it or whatever. I don't know. Whatever. I don't care.
Will be tweaked. I mean, flat out, they've said in the patch notes breakdown there, where they talked about like the differentiating, like obviously things aren't going to stay like this, like they just kind of, they're at base level kind of refactor, which it's about time. It is about time. We've needed it. The scale bug, I have to comment on this because I found out about this yesterday, and that is quite possibly the funniest bug that I've seen in Star Citizen yet.
I saw the one that Vertigo linked with the ice cream vending machine. It's him eating an ice cream. It's like normal size, and then there's this ice cream vending machine, like 10-meter tall ice creams around. He was like, "Please don't change this." It's like,
yeah,
it's silly as fuck. I
was watching Sergeant Tickles yesterday. He would like grab. He was like tiny, and he would get like a hot dog, and it would be like tiny size, and then he'd put it down, and it'd be like on his screen.
That's
like,
so silly.
Yeah.
See, bugs like that, I like that. Like, it's obviously just a mishap. They're gonna fix it and everything. But those kind of bugs, fuck it. It's always fun to see something like that. It's okay.
We'll have some. We'll definitely have some more commentary about that on Stanton Gossip, because there's. I don't know about your Twitter, but my Twitter is like alive with
for sure.
Scale bug shenanigans.
And the screenshots from Warzone. Like, that's all I have right now.
Yes, pretty much, yeah.
So we talked about most of these things already when it comes to issues. One thing, man, the reflections on the canopy in so many ships.
They're back again.
No, it looks like they want it to be there. It's so dumb, bro. Like, we have.
I don't know. They've always gone back and forth with this, like and most of the time it's just ended up being a value that's.
Dude, there's so many things now on your HUD, and everything's new, and then on top of that you have like bunch of reflections of everything.
Yeah.
And guess what? CIG, we have anti-reflex glass in 20th century. We can live without reflections. Already, okay? Please fucking stop it. It's not immersive. It's bullshit. Fuck. I'm sorry. I hate it.
It's funny. I think it's funny because, like, honestly, this is literally what happens every time something happens with the glass in the cockpits. It's either like way too scratched up, or again, like, this isn't even the first time that we've had the reflections issue. Like, this is.
Dude, it looks like they want it there. It's so dumb.
Three separate patches now, I think, over the course that I've played, where like reflections have gone into just overdrive, and it's like you're flying with permanent lens flare almost. So I don't know. I'm not worried. Yeah, it's it'll get changed back.
Yeah.
But yeah. But it's also, again, like Wave 1 PTU. Obviously.
No, well, there's Wave 1 PTU where there's like if I look at something that looks super intentional, I'm so confused. And it's just like, yeah, it's good, it works. The reflections are where they're supposed to be, and they're super annoying. And if you want to annoy people like that, because okay, sure, I don't get it, man. Like, maybe they don't want people to fly ships. Maybe they want everyone to be in turrets, and then the ships are just parked or whatever. I'm
There's
so
no
pissed
glass.
off
There's
by
no
that.
glass reflections on the turrets.
I don't know. Yeah, everyone
I
should
don't
know if you're in Rock DS, there's no glass around you, so there's.
I'm laughing at
Rock
this
DS
because
buff.
again, I've just seen I've just seen this. I've seen this happen a few times now. Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm a worried. We'll see.
One thing, oh yeah, so I've seen multiple 30Ks on PTU again. Wave 1, I
That's
don't
to be
know,
expected,
it's normal. I don't think even people are getting pissed off about it. There are some. I've seen sessions of like 3+ hours on PTU without 30K as well. So I would just say like normal stuff.
Yep. Normal PTU issues.
If you are having an issue, so there's a known issue that you cannot. You cannot change controls on your sticks. However, this only affects you if you have 2 games downloaded. So if you have downloaded PTU
interesting.
for a simple reason, no, it works. Like, you will not be able to use this. You will not be able to change it. But if you just change the route to your folder, you keep your whatever setup keybinds. So you will not be able to change anything, but it will work the way it worked before. The issue with this is there's more things to add to your keybinds now. For example, I am using 1 key to shoot on my sticks because I have 3 same weapons all the time, which is not what you should do, but whatever, I didn't care about it. But now you want different weapons. You have missile operator mode. You have it's different. So it's
Not to mention, like, I don't before, because like moving the triangle around didn't really do much. I don't have that bound in my 313 commands. Or like, I have them bound, but they're like not somewhere where they're super rapidly accessible, which it sounds like you're gonna have to start.
I've seen a lot of people who play with dual sticks or hotas playing with keyboard and mouse. Because that and joypad, you can still change controls, but sticks are not there. I don't know how that happened, but whatever. One thing that I did not end up seeing is, and I'm very bummed about this, scanning.
Oh, you haven't seen anybody try it, or it's not in
like
yet?
I think it's in. I don't know, but I haven't seen anyone do like mining, or everyone's busy flying around Orison or dogfighting, and or just trying to get into the game because there's like login issues are brutal. I've seen people like trying to log in for an hour, make character, all that stuff. So
I was watching John Cruz, even John Crew, sitting there like kind of bashing his head against the wall in the screen as he's trying to get into the PTU.
For those who don't know, one of the developers who is actually streaming the game, which I don't think is smart, but hey, whatever he wants.
Yeah, it's his decision. But the reason like I said this before we hit the record button, but I like seeing him in there because like he's the lead of the vehicle experience team, and that is exactly the person that I want playing the game. You know what I mean? Yeah,
it's a proof that they play the game. The problem is like he should maybe like make YouTube videos or something if he wants to, but it's being live on Twitch as a developer, people are going to burn you like with bunch of questions that you'll have to ignore. People come there and tell you what you should do differently, and how did you not think of this, and how stupid you are for doing that. And I mean, welcome to Twitch. It's I love CIG developers streaming in general, but I think it's great what Discolando and Tyler Witkin are doing is they stream different games, and they will answer some Star Citizen questions, but then if they get too many, they're gonna be like, hey, you know what, like this is my free time, just fuck off, like in a nicer way, right? So I've been in their streams, that's kind of it. That's cool.
That's kind of it right there, though, right? Like if John Crew's streaming, it doesn't matter if he's streaming a different game. You know, people are going to be jumping into his chat and asking Star Citizen questions.
Well, if we want to go into this, like I watch Tyler stream for 6 people very often, 6 to 10. If he starts streaming in because it's a different category, he's no one there, he's not advertising his streams or anything.
Right.
If you see, if you go, if you browse through Star Citizen category and there's Chris Roberts streaming the game, what do you think is going to happen? You know, like I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that okay. I get what you're saying. Okay.
I know Twitch. Sometimes I feel like they don't. Because Twitch has 2 faces, okay?
Yeah.
That's it. Finally, we're concluding a news section. It's been 2 hours, man, as we expected.
This isn't the first time we've had a 2-hour news section.
Yeah. Oh, I'm okay with that. It's a lot of stuff to talk about, and it's great. Our topic for this week, as we said before, is people coming from Elite Dangerous to Star Citizen. Mostly recently, mostly content creators, and this might be confusing to a lot of people.
Mostly content creators is what we're seeing because they're the ones who are, visible.
Well, that's what I mostly want to talk about, because people are just playing different games. I know a lot of people playing different MMOs. I personally played Elite Dangerous, Eve, and Star Citizen at the same time at some point. Multiple times, and I think that's okay. I think a lot of people are just like doing that on a regular basis. However, if you're a content creator and a successful one, chances are you are sticking to your game because that's how you make a living out of it. That's how you grow your community. Lately, we've seen many content creators from Elite dipping their toes into Star Citizen, and some even making from testing the waters and showing Star Citizen to their community and how they feel about it, going all the way to making new player tutorials and whatnot. Almost like like they're actually getting into it bigger time, kind of.
We covered a couple of them on last Gossip episode.
Before we say anything, I don't want to trash talk Elite Dangerous, or this is not what it's all about. I don't want to call people to arms to protect the game they're playing against refugees from our game. Whoever thinks like that is dumb to me. Like that's not the way to do it. You're free to play any game you want, and I firmly believe that success of multiple games of the same genre is very important for all of them. I want Elite Dangerous to be a really good game. I want Eve to continue being a banger game, and I want Star Citizen to join them at some point. Any influx of new players into Star Citizen is great. In general, I think the timing of this is kind of fucked up because we're getting into a patch that is changing everything. So these new people might end up experiencing very difficult times without being mentally prepared for that
before. I was actually kind of curious where we were going with this topic, because you put this down here and I was like, okay, I don't know if I have that much to say about this, but yeah, now that you mention it, can you imagine just learning how to play and then a patch rolls over and you have to learn how to play all over again?
Yeah. First of all, the reason people are coming over here is something that happened in Elite Dangerous, where not for the first time they kind of did not deliver what they promised. The Odyssey is a huge expansion that dropped on Elite Dangerous community, which promised the space legs, freedom, FPS combat,
ship interiors apparently as well.
Well, they did not promise ship interiors, but what happened? Well, I'll explain that as well shortly.
Okay, yeah.
So they got what they promised, but it's like, it's one of those things that I mention a lot in Star Citizen as well, where they tell you something, as in like, we were promised an MMO in Star Citizen, but RDO, Red Dead Online, is technically an MMO. But you know,
In the modern definition of the word, yeah.
So we don't know if we're gonna get like full, you know, EVE Online / World of Warcraft or something like that MMO, or something like Fallout 76. I mean, it's you know, we hope for one thing, but they can push the other thing and say, well, what do you? Well, that's what we thought all along. So the same way, and I'm not saying that's happening. I'm just clarifying that sometimes you can get the information that might not be what you expect, or the development studio like kind of playing around it. And they did get space legs, but only on certain planets. I don't want to go too deep into this because I don't play Elite Dangerous anymore. The biggest issue, I think, is one of the biggest issues is they kind of split these games into two. So basically, if you were playing up to Odyssey, you were playing all the previous expansions and everything together in the same universe as any other player. However, when you bought Odyssey, you were transferred basically to another game. So you cannot meet players without Odyssey if you're playing Odyssey.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, I didn't know that.
It's a big deal that no one talked about, right? Like no one expected this, and it was a game breaker for a lot of people. The other thing that this is actually this already also the optimization is horrible. The game does not really look the way they expected. The exploration did not deliver on these planets. Playing FPS was not as rich as someone would hope for and whatnot, right? So all this pushed people to explore other options, because now that the Odyssey is out, for a long time they're not going to get any updates, right?
Yeah.
Plus, ED was huge on VR as well, and they just straight up said no more VR support, which is crazy. I don't know if this is affected by COVID or they're working on another project or whatever the fuck. You know, like I'm not judging any of this. I'm just saying what I know about it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Now, like few days ago, which I think actually initiated the potential conversion of some content creators and potentially players, was that finally, for the first time, the developers are directly asked about ship interiors, and which Elite Dangerous players were kind of hoping for, especially when they discovered they're going to get the ability to walk around, because that was never a thing in Elite Dangerous. So right now you walk to your ship and you teleport into, you walk under it, and then you click the key, and then it teleports you into your seat in cockpit, and that's it. Now you can walk around it and actually feel the size of the ship and all that, which helps, but there's no interior in the ships at all. So they asked if this is potentially in future. So they did not like it was not sticks and stones and like, why are we not having exteriors? They know their development, they know what the game they're playing. But they asked, okay, so when are we getting ship interiors? Because guess what? People want ship interiors. And the response they got is that that's not the idea. Like, they're not even thinking about making it. And they almost made people who asked this feel stupid. And in a way, I'm so happy Star Citizen exists to prove the Frontier developers wrong. Because they literally said this feature requires a lot of development time for something. Which is true. Yeah, for something that you will enjoy for a couple of minutes, and then you will never care about your ship interior ever again.
Okay, I heard that comment actually, and I was just like,
"What?"
that does sound very that does sound very patronizing. Like they're basically talking down to their audience.
Oh man.
It's pretty.
I think a reason a lot of us play Star Citizen is because of how detailed the ship interiors are and how much it offers us, and the special connection that we make to a ship because we know it inside and out.
At the same time, I get where that comment is coming from, because like, let's be honest, like if you're like, let's say you're cargo hauling or whatever, you know.
I know. Caterpillar. Every time you have to make that
sprint, elevator, sprint, elevator, you know, and then back and then into the ship. But even though yes, like that it does get repetitive, I still feel that like cool feeling every time I'm like, climbing into my ship.
It's
right?
this
Like,
simple. We both know how tedious it can be to get in and out all the time. Would you rather not have it?
absolutely, yeah. No, there's no.
And that's it. It's like, ask any Star Citizen player
if they would
and you're
rather
gonna
just
have
be
the
able to
same
teleport
fucking
their.
answer. Yeah, and that
I'm
just
sure
proves...
you will get some who would say, "Yeah, I'd rather just have the option to teleport." But
I don't think so, man. I think a lot of people, those people who would think like that, would not play Star Citizen, right? Unless maybe they're just backing it for the end product and hoping that changes or something. But whoever plays Star Citizen now, I think they don't want to lose the ship interior. I don't think so.
No,
man. Like,
no, the ship interiors are gorgeous. Like
yeah.
Yes, I mean they're right in saying that like the amount of dev hours it would take to build out ship interiors would be insane, and it's true. It's true, but it is a ridiculous amount of work. But
at the same time, you don't, Frontier is in such a place where they have a player base, and they are one of the biggest sci-fi space MMOs and whatnot. But
sorry, like, don't tell your audience what they do and don't want.
Yeah, that's immediately that's a red flag. But if they only made like cockpit a place where you can walk around, because some of those ships are massive. Like they have ships that are extremely huge. Which you never feel. You don't feel these ships, like the side, because you're always sitting in a cockpit. But if you could at least walk around that cockpit with another player or something, that would already make a difference. Like there's your at least some interior. And I don't know how people can like think about like every content creator that came to Star Citizen and made a video about it was mind blown about the ability of walking around their ship. Right?
I mean,
that's the first thing.
We shared that. Yeah, we shared that last Stanton Gossip episode, the Commander's Will and Kate. Like, how many times in her tiny little Avenger was she just like overjoyed at
having a bed,
having a bed in her ship?
And the other thing, their long jumps in Elite Dangerous are just JPEGs, and then she would jump and say like, "Oh, I can just go and walk around my ship. Yeah, there's nothing to do, but I have freedom of choice of doing something, And that's where it is. Like it gives you, I just say, and nothing else. It gives you like so much immersion.
There's nothing to do yet, because I think it's pretty obvious that like the intention is for there to be, stuff to do.
But even that is enough to like justify ship interior. So I definitely feel like. I don't like saying this because I hear it a lot in World of Warcraft where the loud crowd will say there's a huge disconnect between developers and the player base, and then World of Warcraft is racking up billions, and still has the most player base except for like Final Fantasy now, but I think they're also accounting Asian player base or whatever. It doesn't matter, but like that's like a loud mass, stating what they don't like and claiming that there's a disconnect. However, there's a huge amount of people who actually enjoy what's happening, and they're just not going around saying, "Oh my god, this is amazing," But I will say that I feel like there is a disconnect here with Elite Dangerous developers, and just that statement, not everything, obviously. But I think that statement shows a bit of a disconnect. I think it would be okay if they said, "Listen, guys, we don't have a tech for this, and it's something that we cannot invest to. There's just like no, I don't know, monetary justification for it or something like that, But you guys don't want the tiers. This is like Blizzard saying, when everyone was asking for classic World of Warcraft, Blizzard saying, "You think you want it, but you don't," and then it proved out to be like the biggest success in years, like when they made it. It's like, okay, you gotta eat your words now, buddy. And in a way, if a lot of content creators like hear me out now, like if a lot of content creators move to, because you have to understand, like right now Elite Dangerous is bigger than Star Citizen, I think, when it comes to active player base, because it's a finished product that is being sold on Steam, Epic, like GOG, I think even. So of course it has bigger player base. but they are not a big game. Like Elite Dangerous is nowhere near games like, you know, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy or Guild Wars or Elder Scrolls, or they're not that like there's nowhere near as many players playing this game, even when a new expansion comes out. So when you have content creators whose videos are being watched by like 10-20,000 people, and these content creators shift to another game such as Star Citizen, potentially I would hope, and then maybe if like they see the big decline in player numbers, potentially this could help Elite Dangerous figure out that they maybe want to make some ship interiors. And you know what, that would be fucking amazing, because if that's the example of one game pushing the other towards being a better product, which is exactly what I say when I say like we want all these three games and potentially more to be good, because they will push each other forward. I don't know, what's your take on that? Do you think that they can potentially happen or not? Because I feel like Blizzard did it. Like they said no, you don't want it, and then they figured out, oh fuck, we were wrong. Like, and they made it better.
They did
were like,
something about it.
Yeah.
I think ultimately what it comes down to, I don't think that they're going to about face on this. I think the real issue is, like you said, I think it's a tech and development budget issue, and I think it would take just way too much money and time for them to basically figure out a way that they could do this.
Maybe if they could meet in between, you know, because they have cockpits. Like you can turn around in VR and see the other seats and everything around. It's there. There's a lot of space. You just can't walk around. Like if they meet in the middle,
think about all the physics grid issues that Star Citizen has, right? Like that's.
Yeah, but if you only have cockpit, if you teleport in cockpit, there's no cargo difference. You're not physicalizing your cargo. You're not physicalizing.
But you're still all of a sudden having to have a situation where you have a player who's now out running around on a physics grid inside another ship that's moving.
True.
Like I think it's a tech thing.
It must be a huge hurdle for a game that is not built like that. I agree.
Exactly. And like, yeah, I think that's it. I don't think that they will ever about face on it, just because I don't think that they can without really sinking a ton of time and money into it. Plus, I don't know. Do you know off the top of your head how big their studio is?
No, I don't.
And then on top of it, like, we don't even know if their engine is capable of doing something like that, right? So it might not even necessarily even be a money and cost thing. It could end up just being the engine that they're using, without basically gutting it and redoing it, you know, could even do something, I guess. Sure. Even just running around inside the cockpit. So
there might be a thing where that's literally impossible, as you're saying. But then even that would be a little victory for like community and player base if they said, okay, we made a mistake. You guys really think you want this, but we can't do it. I'd be okay with that. Like that truth that I always ask for. But then if there's a slight possibility for it and they get it because of this, wouldn't that be fucking amazing, dude? Like, you know, like, I don't know. I'd be happy for people who play
if they basically were able to just like kind of like turn around.
They say like, okay, listen, the next, you know, whatever, Odyssey 2, whatever the fuck, the next expansion, we're gonna work on ship interiors. Or maybe something like, okay, you can walk inside your ship when the ship is in the station with the next expansion, DLC, whatever.
Odyssey 2, that's exactly what you just said there. And that's what I was gonna say next, actually, was like, I think if they were gonna do something like this, it would have to be for like ED2, basically. I did not expect them to change Odyssey into like now people. That's where the problem was, though. Like, it's not that Odyssey did not bring it; it's that their plans are never, you know, going towards that direction, because they think apparently that people really don't want that. You know, but like if they start developing now for their next release with that idea, that's different now. If they say like, okay, we want to think about it. Okay, we don't know if it's gonna be
an option or not, but like we will think about it. I think that would change the way ED player base thinks of the studio. That I mean, they sink so much time and money into that, game.
Yeah.
You want? I mean, yeah.
Well, yeah, I think you're right too. Like, I think it would be like a demonstration of good faith for them to kind of like say, okay, maybe this wasn't the best,
Yeah.
thing for us to say. We should have like kind of like waited to see what you guys kind of had to say about it or something like that. And
the power of backlash, man. Like,
yeah,
hopefully.
but yeah, like I think honestly, when you talked about, and okay, I just have to be clear to everybody listening, I've never played Elite, so like that's why I'm mostly listening to this conversation, because I don't have any direct experience with it, so I can't speak from a position of knowledge here. For me, more so than the ship interior thing pissing people off, I feel like that choice to separate your player base was possibly the bigger
it's huge, yeah,
mistake.
It literally means, and from what I've picked up, people don't know this. Let's say you and me are playing ED forever together, and now you have the funds to buy the Odyssey, and you buy it, and I'm like, sure, I'm gonna buy it in a month or two when it's on sale or something. Because there's a lot of people who wait for sailors, and then that's it. We can't play together anymore, man. Like, that's it. Like, I cannot play with my friend anymore. You know. I mean, I think maybe you can like downgrade or something and enter the old world or something, but we cannot play together. In when you're playing Odyssey, I don't know. You don't exist in my world anymore, which is it's crazy.
And that right there, like, I get it. I think from a game engine perspective, that kind of is like, okay, I could see why that maybe would be the case.
It's not enough, bro, because every other MMO, like imagine World of Warcraft bringing up new expansion. I know, I understand, but like imagine World of Warcraft bringing new expansion, and now we can't see each other in the capital city of the old expansion. It's like,
oh yeah,
what?
No, it's like, yeah, exactly. No, like I get it from like a gameplay perspective, obviously, but like to me, I guess what I'm trying to say is that like it seems like such an obvious bad decision that I wonder if they were forced into it.
Oh, for sure.
By the tech.
I think they pushed the majority of people who know more about DD are saying that they pushed it, before it was ready, which I'm not surprised with, because they had dates and they pushed the dates and COVID and and then it just ended up like, it almost came out in beta or whatever the fuck,
Not to mention. And again, I feel weird even commenting on this because I don't know I don't know anything.
It's okay.
I don't know anything about ED, but like do you think it's maybe a little bit of like butthurt, like they were pushing so hard for space legs because Star Citizen had space legs
100%,
and so they pushed really hard for it and it ended up just basically biting them in the ass, when in reality, what they probably should have done was kind of double down on what they already had and make that style of gameplay, or like improved that game more than trying to compete with a game that was literally built from the ground up, with the idea of like being, I think, having space legs, for lack of a better.
Well, so Elite has been around for such a long time, and I'm not talking about like the Elite from like 1980, whatever,
franchise,
3 or whatever. Yeah, I'm talking about the Elite Dangerous. Yeah, and they had to either. I feel like it became so stale because the game in reality is very, very repetitive, even though it has some beautiful things and vistas and like there are some amazing gameplay moments and whatnot, but it is very repetitive and became stale. So they had to either scrap it and start making a new game, which, to be fair, they might be doing already in the background. Who knows? Or they had to do something revolutionary to bring the boys back into the yard.
You really think that they're working on a whole other game in the background?
I don't know.
Like if they were pushing as hard as it seems like they were for Odyssey, I don't like. Again, that's kind of why I was curious about the size of their studio, because I was just curious, like, do they have that
I don't
those
know,
user
but
estimates.
nowadays it's normal that games are being developed for 10 years plus, right? So
It's true.
if they're working on Elite Dangerous, the next game, we probably wouldn't know about it until it's like 2 years. It's a AAA, I think it's AAA studio. So they would probably announce it like 2 years before it's ready. So you wouldn't know about it, right? Now we're starting to hear about GTA 6 coming out, but it's been in development since before GTA 5 was pushed out. So that's what I'm saying. Like, but right now they had to do something, and I think Space Lags was the right thing. Like, what will hype people up more in that game than Space Lags? It's just a shame that they did not deliver what they were hoping for. And I think partly Star Citizen is to blame, because I think a lot of people who play ED know about Star Citizen and know at least have seen it or played it.
Obvious comparison. Like ED is compared, Star Citizen is compared to ED all the time,
They're
and
so
I imagine
connected,
the
man,
reverse is true, right?
Absolutely.
But I would say I think I disagree with like the Space Legs being the obvious choice there. I think like instead, why didn't they focus on like doing a multi-crew gameplay side of things?
Well, they have it.
Like Star Trek Bridge Crew and or something like that.
Well, they
like
have it, but it just doesn't work as good.
But again, they're like, okay, it doesn't work as good.
Well, I mean, look at it. Like they did some big things, like with carriers and whatnot. Like they brought big things into the game, and then it was not enough. Like.
Well, I don't know if they abandoned them. Again, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, but like.
No, they have.
I don't know that they don't have multi-crew or something like that, but like that's kind of where my mind goes. Is like
maybe they could go with a new profession or something. But well, I mean, in the end, that's what they felt like.
You have the core of the gameplay in there, and people like it. So make it better. If it's repetitive and it's and people are and that's the feedback you're getting, work on that. Or like I said, I mean, like there are a lot of games out there that do multi-crew gameplay well in a multiplayer environment, and they're fun.
Well, this added multi-crew gameplay as well, because you can go together to a location and then play FPS missions together. Let me just ask you one thing. Like if
look at the FPS, I've seen videos.
It's bad, but if it was good, so if the legs were good and all the gameplay with it was good, do you think would you think that was a bad choice?
If it splits the player base,
that was not intended, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I guess you know what? The reason, actually, now that I think about it, that it probably split things so hard was that it came out and it did get such a mixed reception. You know what I mean?
Because it was not ready, bro. It looked like
crap,
and the performance was bad.
Yeah. So like if it came out and it was really good, I think you probably would have had just like instantaneous migration. Similar situation to like when a WoW patch drops, like most people instantly get that patch.
Well, Blizzard is going through the same now. Like a lot of player base is shifting to Final Fantasy 14 because some of the huge content creators like Cosmogold are playing Final Fantasy 14 because they had the longest patch wait in history of World of Warcraft expansions, and when it dropped, it did not deliver, and they're having an issue now.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we can talk about this, but we don't. In reality, neither of us knows ED good enough. Like I've played it, but not as much as a lot of people. So here's what I want to say. Like we will have an influx of players in Star Citizen. And there will be people asking about things that maybe are not happening in Star Citizen, but are happening in ED, in chat, in game, or on Twitch. And we're a small channel, right? But I would honestly ask people to welcome ED players and allow them to find home in Star Citizen in a way, instead of pushing them back.
Or just making them feel like, oh, you came from ED, ED sucks, like don't be like that.
Or like just being like, so how does it feel now to have legs and all that? Like, it's fine, dude. It's like people can play both games and all that.
A lot of people do. A lot of people do.
Yeah. And what I would kind of say as well is we always talked about this many times before. When you have a new player streaming the game or making content about the game, this is precious, man. Like, because you will see all those wow moments that you had so long ago. So browse through Twitch, man.
We talked about this in the last episode, actually.
Exactly.
Two of the people we highlighted were people who were like experiencing those wow moments, and there are very few moments in Star Citizen that feel that good if you've been around for a while.
And you can relive those through some other players and help them get to these moments and whatnot, and it feels good. Now,
I'm gonna say something that maybe we should probably talk about off camera, but I'm just gonna YOLO it. We should see if we can get because this is kind of topical. Like we should see if maybe like
an ED player.
Yeah, we can get like a guest, like maybe Mr. Drury or something like that. See if he wants to kind of like.
I wouldn't go with names live because, but we can contact.
We already highlighted him. We already highlighted him.
I know.
On our Stanton gossip.
I just want to say one more thing before we call this topic, and that is, like we talked about it before. If you change the game, you lose a lot of your viewership on Twitch and YouTube. It affects people big time, their mental health, most of the people, especially their full-time streaming and whatnot. If you see, so this is what I have. Like, I'm a partner streamer on Twitch that now averages like 15 viewers, and I used to average hundreds, but I've changed games. If you see something crazy like that, like you see someone who has a check mark on YouTube, on Twitch, and they have like only 10-20 people watching them and all that, it's normal. And be friendly, man. Like, and if they tell you that they moved from ED, again, welcome them, dude. Like, welcome. They're just human beings playing a space game. They're trying to find a space game they enjoy, just like all of us.
End of the day, we're all space nerds.
yeah, exactly. And you never know. Maybe three years from now, they're gonna be a huge thing in ED or SC or both, and they might help you try ED for some reason or whatnot. And there's nothing wrong with playing both games, man. It's like, that'd be the best if we had like 2 or 3 space games that we can play together.
We've talked about this a couple times, or at least mentioned it. Like, tribalism is silly.
Yeah.
We see it so frequently in our society, but we see it a lot also in the games community, and it's just nonsensical. Like, enjoy the things you enjoy, let other people enjoy the things they enjoy. There's no reason to get all like, this is awesome, those guys suck.
You can have like, a tiny bit of tribalism as a humor that is not hurtful in a way. That's kind of, it's okay. That's kind of funny. You can poke someone. No, I mean, like, you can poke someone about it when we, but don't.
Oh, I guess.
You know what I mean? Like, just be nice about it. Like, don't. But yeah, if you go into, well, that wouldn't be tribalism even. Like, that would be like just poking someone a bit. But yeah, I agree. Just don't be that person. Don't try to ruin someone's experience just because they're playing a different game. I don't think a lot of people who are watching our podcasts are like that, to be fair.
No.
I would be surprised if anyone is. But I still kind of feel I feel like I have to say something like this.
It is stuff that needs to be said, I think,
I felt it on my own skin, man. Like, I went from Elder Scrolls Online to World of Warcraft, and then to Guild Wars and whatnot. And dude, sticks and stones, bro. It hurts. And it affects my mental state and all that. I don't want anyone to go through that. And
okay, I'm gonna sound a little bit
right, no? Like,
well, that's the thing. That's what I was gonna say. Like, I'm gonna be a little bit cynical here, and this is kind of off topic. Surprise, surprise. But I just feel like I don't know. Like, we can say it all we want, but like, the people who are like that, I don't think us saying anything about it is gonna really change their mind. But I guess it
maybe they realize, oh shit, that's a human being there, like, not,
maybe, yeah.
Streamer is a human being living their life in front of the camera as well.
I guess at the end of the day, it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's still, so it doesn't hurt to say it, I guess, is what I was trying to say. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Anyways.
it's going to change much in the world, but I feel better about, just like,
Yeah. The reminder.
yeah.
Be
Okay.
kind,
I'm happy to see people from another game streaming Star Citizen and just having a blast and fighting the hurdles. And you know what's crazy, dude? Seeing them overcoming the obstacles that Star Citizen has, and you see how worthy some things are. Like that, like sticking to the game, man. Like they come from a game that works. You know what I mean? Like ED works, bro. It's not a bad game at all. It's a good fucking space game. But then someone comes to Star Citizen, nothing works. It's a fucking alpha. And they're not like, fuck this, man, I'm going back to ED. No, they stick to it because it's worth it, dude. It's worth it. So let's help them stick to it, All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. Imagination Station. This is the Imagination Station we have this week is org gameplay, and man, this is something that almost like hurts me. I'm crazy. I play games alone. I play MMOs almost exclusively, but I play them on my own. But man, I need to be part of something, And the fact that the orgs are almost non-existent, and it's so silly to me to hear people talking about like, I am part of this org and that org and we do things together and all that, and it shows how important it is already. We just don't have anything in game, and it hurts me. You're building an MMO that is based around like economy and like so many things is like connected to the group play.
Yep.
And you don't have the basic essential group tools.
This is gonna sound really salty. Okay, first of all, yes, I agree with you. But I'm the opposite. Like I love being in guilds and orgs and stuff like that. Like that's that's what
I would hope majority is like you. I'm saying even me, who is like fucking awkwardly different, I need my org, Fuck,
and okay, so here's where it gets maybe a little bit into salt territory. CIG knows this as well. This was something that was identified, I think, in 2018 CitizenCon, where they literally said guild and org systems were one of their core pillars of what needed to be done before Star Citizen was in a place where they were like feeling like it was closer to completion. It was right up there with server meshing and iCache and all that stuff. Organizations and org gameplay was in there. The reason it's not here is because they're overcomplicating things again. Because they want the in-game org to connect to the org stuff to connect to Spectrum, which is their own platform that they have kind of on the website, and they want all that to be seamless. And I get it, like that would be neat long term, but the end result is that it's 2021 now, and you still can't chat with your org in game.
Not only that, but man, you are part of I am part of an org, and I forget about it. Like I don't even. Do you ever feel like you're part of an org unless you
only
are playing with people in
when
Discord
I pop
or whatever?
into their exactly.
But
only occasionally.
You're actually part of that Discord that has nothing to do with the game. Like it's just like a group of people who are potentially sometimes playing a game together, but it's not. It has nothing to do with Star Citizen, which is it's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, and like I get it. Like there are some people who obviously overcome that, like, and they're part of their org. They're close to the members in their org, stuff like that, and that's cool. I'm glad that that people are like that. But it's ridiculous that you have to push that hard to kind of do that. Like it is not facilitated in game. And again, like I get it, they're trying to build it out in a way that it is interconnected and stuff like that, but like at this point, at this point it's ridiculous, you know.
Give
like
something, man.
Yeah, like org gameplay, even in the very limited game that we have right now, like you would feel so much more connected to your org if you just had fucking chat with your,
Okay.
or if you could
I
like
agree.
easily invite people from your org list,
Yes.
you know, to a party and have them join your server. You know, like it's only now that we're starting to see them come out with like announcements about like Spectrum linked groups or whatever, so you can actually see like a group that you've created on Spectrum, you know, like you can chat with them in game.
I agree.
2021.
It's long overdue. It's a shame. And it would change the game drastically. Now we're gonna stop here. We're gonna stop here because this is Imagination Station, right? So let's talk about like what could be the early implementations to, because I think adding corp gameplay can spin the game around like drastically. So what would be nice? What would be nice to see in game early that to our tiny non-dev brain ideas could work with not too much, you know, hassle for CIG to implement. So first thing, chat, right? Like if we already have chat in game, and you can manually make a channel in game and then add people to it. So I don't know how crazy it would be to automatically add people from the same org. Tag maybe.
Yeah. Well, and again, I mean, I don't know. I'm not an armchair dev. It seems to me that it would have been fairly easy to jerry rig something like that. The problem is they don't want to redo the work, right? Which
but we're in imagination. Let's not worry about that. Like whatever.
So imagining that, then I would say like basically having like an org or guild tag would kind of just basically auto log you into a chat lobby. We already know that the chat servers they're disconnected from the game server. Like that's why when you have a 30K, you can still talk to people in chat.
Exactly. So I would say like they're socially automatically being in the guild chat would be cool. And when you're talking in general, having a little org tag next to your name, so that our people know, oh, he is from whatever. I'll use mine, like IPE, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the most basic things that we can have. Okay, so tax system, and so this is something I would really love. Tax system and org-wide ships. So let's say there's 10 of us in an org. We work for a month. We get 10-15% deduction of everything we make, and then we buy a Caterpillar. And anyone in an org with certain rank and higher can take it and fly. Ship. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you cannot spawn. And I'm not talking about like fancy like hangar and physicalized ship. What the fuck? If no one has spawned that, well, sure, but like as a first iteration, simple to implement in my mind. If the ship is not spawned right now and used, anyone in an org can have who has high enough rank can see it on their how do we call that? Whatever ship spawn terminal, whatever it's called. Doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
Yeah, shame. That's great. You know what I mean. So and it has a little tag to it, like IPE Caterpillar, right? So anyone can use it in an org, and maybe you can set higher tax on that ship. So let's say if you sell anything from that ship, it has like 25% tax because it's an org ship, whatever. So org benefits more from it, right?
Yeah.
I think like these implementations would be fucking simple. I don't know, in my mind, but let's not worry about it.
Yeah, like the multiple tax, like when you start talking about like multiple tax rates and stuff like that, depending on the ship, that starts to get more complicated.
Maybe,
I think.
Yeah.
But like just like you said, the like just having it so that everybody on their ship terminals kind of has that ability to spawn, you know, like an org ship. I think that's cool, and
I'll give you scenarios for this. Like, let's say an org that is focused on what's the name? Ground vehicle gameplay. So let's say either mining or racing, for example, for Dema or Stanton or whatever. And then as an org, they buy C2. And then they can bring all their vehicles, to an event.
Yeah.
How cool would that be, man? And then there's Dema Rally, and they have their org seats. So they don't need a person to log in and have this expensive ship. They can just, they can build to it together, and everyone can use it. Oh man, I'm getting carried away already. Without any new implementations in the game, like the stuff that we have already, or could make it worth playing, because everyone's working together on doing something.
This is the thing. I feel like, again, I'm just gonna say the chat thing again, because even just having a group of people in the in-game chat without having to fuck around in Discord and stuff like that, being able to instantly see who's online and who's playing. And oh shit,
That's
I'm
huge.
getting pirated or whatever, right? Being able to just instantly be like, hey, anybody mind grabbing fighters and and jumping into a server with me? I'm dealing with
huge.
some trolls or whatever. That's huge, yeah.
So I'll tell you right now, when we made IP, Orchid and me, and we invited people from his and my chat back then when he was streaming and we were doing Star Citizenship, and he would go through the hustle of every reset, he would re-add people.
Yeah.
And then we would turn off the, the first thing I do when I enter Star Citizen, I press F12 to remove the global chat. But then what I did instead, I would set IPE chat instead of anything. So that would be the first. I would start the stream, and then I get into the game, and then set the chat to IPE, and I would see. I'm not gonna go with names, like Rasky, Rev. I'm not gonna go with everyone. There's a lot of people, right? And then I know this is a safe conversation I can read when I'm on stream and whatnot. It was it felt like home, dude. For the first time, we felt like we were doing something together. But then imagine if we were building something, like anything, things that we have.
Well, that's where I think the imagination station goes a little bit further. And when you talk about org gameplay after we have something like the cargo refactor, then you start being able to talk about org stockpiles, so your miners could be basically out there and bringing all their metals to a particular station, or back to an org hangar or something like that, where the haulers can then kind of pick it up and
sell it,
and do the actual selling and stuff like that, and then you're contributing to an overall goal. That's one of the things I love co-op gameplay. It's probably my favorite form of multi-crew gameplay or multiplayer gameplay. That's one of the things I loved about. That's why I love Valheim. That's why I played Minecraft mods and stuff like that, because it's fun to start with a group of people and work towards something together. For me, that feels even more gratifying than than achieving something, achieving some progression myself. You know what I mean? When it's
of course,
3 of us and we now look at our base or whatever, right?
The beautiful thing about Star Citizen and what it opens up is in a traditional MMO such as WoW, or maybe Elder Scrolls. What you can do is you group up with, you have a chat, right? You group up with people and you can go do dungeon or raid. Where in Star Citizen you can work with other people that are not necessarily in your group or logged on at the same time. So you can do what you were saying, potentially you can do mining and deliver it, leave it to process, and then tomorrow when I log in, I can just hop on and actually pick it up and continue where you stopped. You know what I mean? We don't even have to be necessarily there at the same time, or maybe we are, but now you're doing bounty hunting missions. Say, hey, Cheg, I've left there. It's about to be done. Can you hop into your Taurus and bring it to whatever, or Orison, and sell it?
Totally, yeah.
Oh man. Okay, let's go on.
It's also really cool to see I don't know about you, but I love there's times where I would log in and you realize oh crap, or Steve went and did all this amazing stuff and progressed further, and then you then you then you want to kind of continue adding to it. Like,
okay,
you know.
so right there, I want to go with like skins, but before there, that org log, where you can see who we had this in World of Warcraft at some point where it says like,
Yeah.
Masocast got this epic item, you know, at that time, or you know, and then Maso would log in. I would say, hey man, congrats on the ring, bro, and you know, like,
Yeah.
we share this moment. Why not? You know, I would say skins as well, like visualization, so that our armor, you can have like an org armor and an org or something like Destiny does this so well. Destiny 2, you have 3 classes. You have hunters, warlocks, and titans, I think, which is like whatever. And so hunters have capes. Warlocks have some skirts. No, they have like something on their hand. Like one hand has like something, arm, not hand. And then titans have like almost like a towel, you know, like for flag football. Like it's tucked into their like pants, kind of. And so these have like different visualizations. So if there was like a piece of armor that you can have with like org logo and colors, let's say,
Oh right, yeah, okay,
I don't know, like chest, like part of the chest piece where you can just like attach it, or whatever
shoulder
it is.
blade, like a shoulder icon kind of a thing.
Yeah, for example, yeah. Or I would really like if we had capes. I love capes, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's funny, like unrelated, but they kind of waffled on that from what I remember. Like initially they were like, no, we don't want to do capes, and now like a bunch of the armor that they've been putting out they
have some cloth on it. Yeah,
somebody changed their mind.
Capes just look good, man. They just look good, like in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, so some visual recognition, because I don't know, man, there's something about like when you do things, it's one thing, but then when you do it while using a group visually recognizable piece of something like armor or whatever, it just feels like you're doing it for everywhere, you know, like you feel more proud about doing it. There's just it's very hard to explain with words, but like we humans are, it's just in our nature to be part of a group and do something representing the group, right?
Yeah, which is, and we kind of talked about like professions and like base construction last week, but like org bases are one of the things that I think are going to be like potentially the most exciting things about being in an org together, and that's like territory control, building something together.
That's almost like an org end game one-off. Reconstructing massive ships, building bases, and maybe economy. I don't know, like these things together, right? So
and then on the PvP side of things too, it's like, you
obviously
know, potentially attacking and taking over other org bases, or you know, stuff like that.
Do you think we will ever have like a rating system and for like arena commander type combat, like let's say theaters of war, but like guild, like org versus org with like, you know, high scores and whatnot, or would you even like to see something like that?
I don't know. I would like it to be, personally, I'd like it to be a little bit more in universe, like.
Oh, but I always see this as in universe thing, like as in like we all group up, have a match, and then like.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that they're gonna do something like that. I mean, because they've talked about, you know,
leaderboards in game, like in you know, in that area or whatever.
But I don't know if it'll be necessarily I think it'd probably be more likely group. But I mean, obviously you'd be able to see, you know, if you were potentially looking at those people, like are they part of a particular org or something? Like that's the way it was in early WoW, right? Like there was just, you knew the PvP guilds out there, kind of a thing.
Dude, now server, I'm playing classic TBC. We know already.
Yeah,
which guild
and
is
it's like
one,
when you see somebody, Yeah, when you see somebody,
You recognize tabards, man. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying. Like,
yeah,
or
even or the tags, right? Like
tags.
you're
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. I
oh,
make a
yeah,
group
you're
for
like,
heroic dungeon, and I'm like, oof, they're from Ignis. I'm fine. We have
yeah,
DPS from Ignis. I'm good.
yeah, yeah, for sure. But like for like wider universe stuff in Star Citizen, I agree with that, like recognizing the tabard, and that's why I hope like guild or org like icons and stuff like that become something that we see, because that's what I'd like, instead of necessarily a leaderboard for like which orgs are powerful in the universe. I'd like it to be something that you just start picking up. Like, I'm in this star system and I'm seeing a lot of
Oh,
bases that are like,
oh yeah, yeah. I agree with
this
that.
org and this org and this org, and then you start to get the idea like, oh shit, those guys must be powerful, kind of a thing,
Okay,
right?
so
Um,
just like to make this clearer, I see Arena Commander, Theaters of War, and those like side games, side projects, almost as like sports side of Star Citizen, wherein
yeah,
you have your territorial or economy market wars like in PU all the time, and you recognize whatnot. But then I was more thinking like as it's almost like esports, right? Where you are represent. Let's say Daymar Rally becomes one of the Arena Commander things in PU, and then you are represented by these three people. They come from your org or something like that. Like on top of what you're saying, like obviously in PU we need to be recognizing, like orgs
I think
and whatnot.
I got what you're saying.
Alliances, dude? Are alliances confirmed?
Yeah, because you can even do that on Spectrum right now.
Oh, you can right now. Okay.
I'm pretty sure you can actually kind of.
That's. I love that. There's something I really hate that Star Citizen did already. I stopped playing Guild Wars 2 because I could be part of 5 different guilds, and in Elder Scrolls Online you can as well, and I am only part of one basically. I love the way World of Warcraft makes you dedicate yourself to a certain guild per character, and Star Citizen already has it where you can be part of like multiple organizations.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I absolutely cannot stand that because I feel like I'm spreading. Like, no one is making you be part of more than one, right? But part of me feels like, okay, I am only part of IP, let's say, but like you are part of IP and test, and I almost feel like you are not really part of IP as much as I am.
I think when the gameplay starts to develop, I think that'll start. I think there will be less cross-pollination, or there could be. But frankly, like some guilds just don't allow it. Like I'm in Imperium, and that one of their requirements is basically like you're in Imperium and that's it. So I
understand like why in Star Citizen, because you can be in a trading org, a mining org, and whatever PP.
Well, especially if you're talking about like smaller organizations, right? Like, but the intention with Imperium, as far as I understand, and again, like I haven't really kept up very well on where Imperium's at right now, but like their whole thing was like, like you're part of Imperium, and then any sort of affiliation that happens between other orgs is basically done officially by like Imperium's diplomatic corps, kind of a thing.
See, this is where
that's where the alliances are formed.
Exactly.
Like
So if you are part of an org, you have your org chat or whatever and activities, but then your org is part of the alliance, and then you have your alliance chat and like potential like alliance activities where people can join from like different orgs as well that are part of the alliance. And I would rather have that where your org is also part of the alliance, so you're technically part of all the clans or orgs within the alliance, than you being able to be part of like 10 different orgs that are in 5 different alliances or whatever. Like that to me is spreading it like too thin. I don't know.
I think, I mean, ultimately I think that the way it is right now is going to be pretty drastically changed when we actually start to get the actual, like the more concrete actual mechanics between organizations and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see things shift around a bit, but yeah, I just, oh, I totally lost my train of thought. Shit.
Happens.
Yeah.
But
I do.
yeah,
I'm excited for that sort of thing though. Those like larger kind of alliances and stuff like that. I think, but even if they do keep it as kind of a messy situation where you can be part of a bunch of things, I don't know. I still think that that could end up being something that a lot of other a lot of orgs start kind of managing a little bit more strictly. When it comes down to it.
yeah,
But frankly,
maybe.
I think that the way that orgs are right now and the organizations that are out there right now and like, Test, Imperial, like I think we even talked about this. Like I think that that's in for a pretty drastic shakeup when the gameplay starts to actually get to a point where, where things are I don't know, where the universe is a little bit more open, where people are interacting, where it feels a little bit more like an MMO. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of these organizations fracture into smaller groups if it turns out that being in a large, like a super huge organization is not really something that that serves you. You know what I mean? Like, I could see a lot of players starting to switch loyalties, leave different organizations for other organizations. The organizations themselves potentially disbanding when they, if it gets to a point where they realize that they can't
Maintain basically the numbers
yeah,
and
like
whatnot.
maintain and organize and stuff like that. Yeah, like I really do expect a large shakeup when
I can't wait, man. Any difference? Even okay, I'll bring up. We did not bring this in news on purpose. I didn't, because we were going to talk about orgs, but there was a social change in this PTU, and that's your friend list is expanded. I think you can have more friends on your list than before. And if I'm not wrong, they changed it so that the offline people are not, I think this was the last patch. The offline people are not showing up anymore. So you can only see those who are online. However, the problem is that people who are on Spectrum, browsing Spectrum or whatever, are still showing as online on your friends list, which is, yeah. You were making a face. What's wrong?
I don't know, just clunky. I don't know.
Everything about that is clunky, which goes even into the gameplay, where it affects your gameplay negatively with the MFD. Like ATC MFD is so fucked up with all the friends all over the place. Whenever you wanna like call for landing or taking off, and you have to browse, like scroll through a bunch of people.
Yeah.
That you can't, like, why is that even in the same place? It's like, fuck, dude. It's like, yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know. It's good that they're doing something, but like, yeah.
It's so slow though.
Yeah.
Like that part.
Again, I mean, that's kind of where I get back to my initial salt, right? It's like,
how is this not a priority? Like, how is this not a priority?
Yeah, like, or like even just a band-aid solution. Like, I mean, maybe it is that like the people who've put in the effort to play together, have been doing just fine over Discord and stuff like that. But I mean, they talk about concurrent player counts and stuff like that, and like, and they're kind of proud of that. But like, how many more people would you have still playing the game if they didn't have to go through all of the effort to just to hook up with other people in their orgs and stuff like that? And again, like obviously there are people who do that, and it's not that prohibitive if that's really what your focus is. But if it was more natural and it was something that was kind of more in the game, in your chat, built into the interface, even if it isn't their end state, which is where it ties into Spectrum directly and all that sort of stuff, like how many more people would you have playing the game still?
Many more. I'll give you one example again.
I mean, it's anecdotal. We're just spitballing, but I think you would have.
I'm sure
quite a bit more engagement.
I know some people would play with me if there was a thing. And here's another like simple implementation. I would think like a calendar with like events. in game. So
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So you have it on
But even
MFD,
then,
and you say like, okay, mining operation Friday 7 p.m. EST,
sure.
right?
Sure. But that's the kind of stuff I could see. I can see them like holding off and what they're doing now, basically, where they're holding off because they have an end game in where they want to go with it, as far as like the Spectrum integration with all the org bells and whistles and stuff like that. But you know, like that sort of stuff is stuff that you can manage with other platforms right now. But like the band-aid solution of just having it so that you can chat with your org and game and stuff like that, I think that should have been more of a priority, and it is.
Let me tell you, I think it should be more of a priority than VoIP, for example. Like, we are putting so much into communication with random people, but we're not putting and we cannot use fucking, like, if I'm playing with you, we will still use Discord, because Discord cannot 30k, right? If nothing else, like, Discord cannot 30k, we're going to use Discord instead of VoIP.
Not to mention it works, and that's the thing. Like,
exactly,
they put all this time and effort into VoIP and stuff like that, and half the times it's not even working.
It's so bad that people are not even using it. Like, people are ignoring it, like, me included. And I know pirates will bring their sticks and stones, and I love piracy gameplay. I do it very often, but the fact is, if the other person is ignoring your calls and everything, then there's nothing in it for you, man. Like, it's not gonna help, you know?
Yeah, and you have to think, like, you know, if that same amount of effort had been dedicated to, you know, just a band-aid org chat solution, and friend list or org online list or whatever, you know, I mean, hindsight's 2020. Obviously, it's easy for us to sit here in our dev chairs and say, like, well, you shouldn't have spent all that time on VoIP. You should have spent it on
I
guilds.
agree with that. Like, we should not tell them what to do. 100%. We get carried away, but like, in general, this is imagination station. So this kind of bummed me, man. I thought this will be very positive, but actually, like, it bums me that we don't have any org gameplay, dude. I'm so sad.
That's my fault for opening all
no, it's not. But that's a reality. Like, we both feel the same way about this, more or less, which is not something that usually happens between us in the game. But this would bring me back to the game straight. Like, I wouldn't care about anything if I could play with my org and I could visually see the benefit of it in game, any kind of it. Like, it would just
Instead
make me
hunt through Discord and, you know, see who's online and playing now. Oh, okay, add you to friends list. Oh shit, my friend list is full. Like, you know, like
the hurdles are endless.
Yeah, and it would have been nice to see a band-aid, but in the meantime, or at least at this time, hopefully we're closer and closer to that Spectrum implementation that they've.
And I don't know, like, the Spectrum is so bad that I don't hold my, you know, I don't think, I don't know. Fuck Spectrum, dude. It's so bad. I'm sorry, man.
You mean just like the forum and stuff like that? Yeah.
It just doesn't fucking work properly. It's like, everything website, please don't bring that into the game. Your website is beautiful pile of crap. Nothing works. Nothing is correct. No one is checking. Everyone's on Reddit. Like everyone's on Reddit, not on Spectrum. Hello? So
there's definitely a particular subset of people who are on Spectrum.
Yeah, but what's the percentage of these people?
I don't particularly enjoy.
It's a mess, dude. I tried actually following Spectrum, the whole system of it, which is like half forum, half chat.
But that, even then, like, to be clear, that's not the end state of Spectrum either. Like that,
sure.
And that's not necessary. When I say Spectrum integration in game, that's not necessarily what I mean saying. Like, the forums on Spectrum are just an aspect of what they're trying to do. And it's again, like, it kind of ties back into like where I was feeling a little salty, right? Like, in as far as I feel like they have kind of overcomplicated something. I don't know. I appreciate what they're trying to do, but it's that overcomplication that's resulted in us not having a functioning org system.
We talked about this before, where it almost feels like they're trying to develop something new that already exists. In World of Warcraft, you have your guild, and you can talk to them in game. You can see your guild in the browser, and you can chat there with people who are in the game. And guess what? On your cell phone, you can also be on the app, see people online, and chat with them while they're in game. It's not new technology. It's not fucking, implementing website into the game is not something new. Fucking this is where I get pissed off. I don't want to talk about this.
But again, and we'll have to see, because we haven't actually seen any updates on like what their intentions are for that sort of integration in a long time. But like I feel like the things that are holding it back are probably the bells and the whistles, like you said, with like calendars and all that sort of stuff, and then like having that talk to potentially, I don't even know how many in-game systems and stuff like that. Like that's where I feel like it really could have. It's really probably hit the
how are you going to improve it and make it better and see what's wrong with it if you don't implement anything?
That's kind of my that's kind of
we're in alpha. We don't expect it to work perfectly. It's fine. I'm gonna set up a calendar thing and I'm gonna 30K and it's gonna disappear.
Forget the calendar. Give me chat.
No, I'm just saying anything. Okay, it's not gonna work properly. Whatever. Who cares? It's fine. At least you're working on something. It gives us hope to. Yeah.
So there we go. That's actually something that I would like to see an update on then, because they've kind of touched on it. I think there was a Chris Roberts video last year sometime where he did acknowledge that org services are still one of their pillars. They're working on it, but that would be something I'd like to actually see in like an ISC or an SCL. Like, where are you guys at with org stuff? Like what is still the intention? What's the hold up? Where are you guys at? I'd like to see that on the progress tracker, actually. If Turbulent's working on it, then that's something I'd be interested in seeing.
Why are so many studios opening in Canada, by the way? Game studios. I've seen another game now, I can't remember which one it is, that opened the studio in Canada again.
There's already a lot of studios up here.
Like one of the big ones.
Yeah, there's multiple EA studios, there's multiple Ubisoft servers.
Yeah, but recently just BioWare even more, It's that's very off topic. Because for those who don't know, Mass is from Canada, and I was like, wait, what is happening here,
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just speculating. It could be incentives. It's also always cheaper to open them here because the difference between the US dollar and Canadian dollar.
Maybe if they would do it in the US and then
it's the same reason that a lot of the US film companies come up here to film, because it's cheaper.
I guess, yeah. They come here as well, so as we know, but
yeah,
which is crazy.
Like Vancouver, for example. You've seen it in a ton of movies.
Yeah.
It's relatively close, as far as geography is concerned. There's a pretty well developed industry up here. But as for this latest bloom of studios opening in Canada, actually, I don't know. I can ask my friends, actually.
It's always money, I guess, but yeah, it might be that, because if you want to employ people from the US, where it's probably the easiest to deal with Canada, and rather than some other places. I don't know. Anyways,
it could be taxed though too. I haven't.
Topic.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next topic is yours. I'm gonna jump in every now and then, but we're gonna have the monthly report.
We're bumping up on what, 3 hours now?
Yeah, we're over 3 hours already.
Okay. So let's. I'll skip over some of the less interesting ones.
Sure.
But yeah, so we did have a June monthly report, and I don't know. Monthly reports are always good if you're willing to kind of dig into it or watch a content creator who has already done it, because this is where you start to see kind of a little bit more granularity, what CIG has been working on and stuff like that. And yeah, there's some neat stuff in here. The first thing, they always start out with AI, and I have to say, I usually skip this part because the server ticks are so bad that we never really see any of the benefits of it anyways. But this time I did kind of read through it. I usually skim it, and it is kind of neat to see. I'm not going to go into any specifics. Like at that point, you know, watch Super Mac Brothers or Board Gamer or something. But it is kind of neat to see all this like tech. You can start to see how all this AI tech is like fitting together and interacting with each other and stuff like that. And I just freaking hope that we get to a point where sometime in the next year would be great, where the server health is enough that we start to actually see, you know, these sorts of NPC behaviors. Because if you read through the AI section of this month's monthly report, like there's some neat stuff in there, man. I would love to see that. And actually, even CR was talking about in his Chris and Sandy video that came out lately. That's almost exactly what he was saying. He was like, you know, the AI is neat. It's cool. We just don't get to see it yet.
Yeah, it feels like it's something they're very proud of, but it really does not translate well with all the NPCs standing on the chairs. You know?
Yeah. And again, like I've just like, I mean, we've played this game for long enough that we know that the server health is that way. So like, I think most people don't really realize how much work is being done with the AI and how cool it'll be to actually see them working.
Yeah.
Because it is getting pretty crazy, like the interactions that they're talking about. I just wanted to kind of put that as just like a note because it's the first section in the monthly report. The other thing that jumped out at me that I thought was neat, missile turrets are apparently they've actually done the behavior for them and stuff like that. A bunch of people have been kind of commenting on this over the past, I don't know, few patches about why we don't see missile turrets at stations instead of gun turrets, because obviously with server health the way it is,
station missile turrets. I thought chips. Okay.
No, like defense turrets, right? Like everybody's been saying, like,
yeah,
you know, having the turrets on the station, it doesn't. You can buff the guns on them all you want, but server health is so bad that nobody who's actually engaging in piracy or just flat out griefing around a station, like you just laugh at the turrets because they don't ever touch you, you know, unless you don't know that you have a crime stat and you've accidentally set down a pad on a pad or something like that, right? Missile turrets would change that because, you know, server health aside, if a missile gets a lock on you, you know, especially with
I'm really
how strong
confused
they are right now.
Why would that not work now? Because ships that are flying around, they can hit you with a missile, so I don't get it.
Yeah,
but whatever. Well, there must be something.
It was specifically missile turrets that they said we'll have to look into it, and turns out they did that. And I think from what I gathered from the monthly report, those are done. So like they could, in theory, be implementing those anytime.
Okay, that'd be good.
Yeah. I mean, just make it so that if you have a crime stat or if you're a pirate, you have to think twice before approaching a station. You know. Whereas right now you just whatever.
Exactly.
The other thing that jumped out at me that I thought was really cool, this is in the gameplay section. New derelict missions, but that are specifically kind of more like puzzle mechanic gameplay to accomplish. Those are something that they worked on and completed a bunch in June, which
would you take out of that cool. Is it like jumping puzzles, like is prison escape?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know, or is it more like a mini game puzzle? Like
literally like all it says is puzzle based derelict missions. So I'm sure that some of them are probably jumping puzzle ones. Some of them are probably like, you know, like find the generator, power it up, and it opens the door that allows you to like go get the thing or something like that.
If we get push pull with cargo, like you could like you know, make your way through, or like make it so you can jump on things. And I don't know,
I didn't even think about push pull, but yeah. So yeah, they've said they've got 24 different ones that they've got like worked on or complete here. And they're basically, there's some that are in space, some that are on a planet. So obviously the jumping puzzle ones probably not are probably the ones that are in planet. But yeah, I think that's neat. Just more stuff to do.
I love doing missions with derelicts, and I was not really happy about, like, honestly, okay, we can just briefly touch on this. I would go and do these missions all the time, and even though you don't make a lot of money, I would try and like scrap whatever boxes or anything there is, and would still have fun with it, even though I'm not making money. And when they added AI NPCs there, I stopped doing that because I went twice. I got shot through the wall, and I was like, great, now you removed this from my gameplay as well, because you never know if they're gonna be there or not. And yeah, when you go there, they're just like, they have wall hack and whatever. Like, the NPCs are obviously bullshit right now.
Well,
for a long time.
I don't think it's wall hack so much as it's probably desync.
Well, whatever it is, man. Like, you just get one shot, and now like whenever they add which is like, oh great, they're adding NPC FPS NPCs in caves and derelict sites. I'm like, great, these are the things I'm not gonna touch, man. It would, like, you know, like, amazing. Well, thank you.
Unfortunately, yeah, because like on paper that's really cool.
I agree.
You know, but it's just with server health the way it is right now, like you said, it just makes certain aspects of the game either completely unplayable or just stupid easy because all the NPCs are just standing out in the open and not
Well, I'd rather
anything.
have them like that, because then at least I can, you know what, like, make them stupid and stand and do nothing on PU, so we can imagine, okay, once they can roll around and do proper things, great. But if I just get there and there's like, I don't know, like 40% chance of me just dropping dead and then having to respawn on the planet, I'm not even gonna go there. Fuck that, you know.
No, that's legit.
Okay, sorry about that.
Well, no, I think that is ultimately the, you know, it's kind of the conclusion of a lot of our podcasts. Now that I think about it, it's like, you know, these are all cool, but, you know, server performance the way it is, makes it.
And don't get me wrong, again, like, I would really like something like this to be in the game, because I love derelict sites. Like, they're some of my favorite. And
well, you watched the Commanders Will and Kate series there. There's one where she takes one of those derelict missions, and like, it turned out in this case, like, there wasn't any enemies in there, probably good,
luckily.
But like, she was having a great time with it. She was like that was so intense, you know, because she, like, in the mission thing, it said, like, you know, there might encounter be trouble in there, right?
Which is,
it's intense, right? Because you're going through that, like, dark, you know,
the atmosphere is crazy. It's like a horror movie, but, you know, like, and then you hear voices. Like, even when there are NPCs, it's not bad if it worked. You hear them like, did I hear something, you know, and stuff like that. And you're like, oh shit, there's someone. And even before NPCs there, I would encounter other player there, and that would be crazy as well. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, you know, you don't know if you shoot or not. So it's great if the NPCs would work, but right now, that I just, like, scratch it. Okay, I'm not doing this anymore, which sucks because I love it.
The unfortunate thing is that I imagine that they do these puzzle-based ones, and I don't know if you'll be able to tell, you know, if there's potentially hostiles in there or not. But ultimately, I think it's pretty safe to say that we're not seeing this for 3.14. It'll probably be 3.15 anyways. So
which God knows when will happen, because 3.14 is now in PTU. It's late already. Let's not talk about that.
Well, I don't know. I think we said it before we even pushed the record button here. I will be shocked if we see 3.14 live before the end of the month.
I wouldn't, because and we talked about that as well, because last patch was pushed.
They just pushed it out,
even though it wasn't ready. So, but we'll see.
Anyways, if everything works well, that's neat. It's cool that they're potentially expanding the missions and stuff like that. And if it is stuff that isn't plagued by, you know, NPCs that are desyncing and shooting you through a wall, then great. Because you're right, like, those derelict missions, like, the atmosphere on them is, like, unparalleled. It's really cool. Ship team, there's some stuff in there if you want to read about it, but final art was complete for an unannounced ship, and I think in this case it's pretty safe to say that if final art was completed on this, we're going to probably see a straight to flyable in 3.15.
400i, finally.
Could be.
Let's see.
But final art, yeah. So like this will be. I mean, if we had to guess, obviously, or speculate, probably for IAE, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Or for CitizenCon. But yeah, speculation is what it could be 400i. It also could be that the refinery ship. But
yeah, true.
I guess that one was technically announced. Technically.
So just to make clear, yeah, that cannot be, right? Like, because this is something we don't know about. It's straight to flyable ship, so it's not a concepted ship before. So
what I would like to know is, like, what do they mean specifically when they say unannounced? Like, does unannounced mean, because like, is the 400i announced? Is the refinery ship announced?
400 would never. No one ever talked about 400i.
True,
there was 404, but that's not. It's like we are.
And then like
404 is a regular thing, right? It's an error, so it's not like, yeah, maybe it's a hint, but
well then specifically,
or maybe a ship that was in development but we did not have
because
a date announcement, but I don't know.
Like the refinery ship we know is like a thing because they said it in 2019 CitizenCon.
Yeah, but like, Nomad was straight
considered announced.
Yeah, because Nomad was straight to flyable, and that's one of those ships, right?
No,
was it not? It was not.
No, I don't think so. I think there was speculation that it was, because a lot of people were thinking that the Nomad was going to be the refinery ship. That was announced.
A lot of people, meaning SC leaks,
yeah,
were usually wrong.
Yeah, and then like, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, so we'll see. I don't.
Yeah. Okay, fair.
I hope it. I'm not a big Origin fan, but like, I want
it's my
more
size
ships
of a ship, so give me
exactly. Yeah, like I want more all-rounder, non-specialized, medium-sized ships. I want more than just the Cutlass and the Freelancer in that area.
Fuck you, dude. The Andromeda is part of that, and MSR.
No. This is what I was gonna say. I still don't really think so personally. Like personally, I think like Constellation and MSR are like.
Yeah, but 600 is so much bigger than them, right? So 400 is somewhere in that space from Freelancer to Andromeda and MSR, right?
But if you're going on nomenclature, then like between the 300 and the 600, it could be something Connie sized, or it also could be something more like Freelancer Cutlass size. Like it could land anywhere in there.
It could. I agree. And both of these sizes are perfect for me. So hit me.
Yeah, I agree. And that was going to be the other thing where I was going to say, like, in one things that I would like to see more of as far as ships go. In the Constellation MSR range as well. The Drake Corsair will be something that'll be kind of like in that class as well. Those kind of like bigger all-rounders, stuff like that. Yeah, I want more fleshed out in that area, because those are the practical ships, the daily drivers, that I think a lot of people are going to probably end up gravitating to when we end up with more of a universe. But yeah,
dude, I'm just gonna say this now, and then we're gonna talk about it next week. Did you watch Voltron? Is that the name?
No.
It's like these 4 robot cats, whatever.
Oh,
and then they
was that Thundercats?
Something, I don't know. Maybe Thundercats. Yeah, I don't know. And then they
honestly,
turned into a bigger one.
That was kind of before my time. Like I was. Yeah.
Do you think they will ever make like ships that connect into a bigger ship?
No.
Okay.
They could, now that they have docking.
Yeah.
But
I mean, technically Caterpillar is that, right? Technically.
I guess, yeah. The original concept, remember, like all those front capsules, like that was the whole thing, is you could have less of those capsules or more of those capsules if you know.
But
like
also the ship on the side as well. Your bridge, is attachable.
Yeah.
Yeah, Endeavor as
But I
well,
still
and all.
don't-
But like in the parts of it, they're not like flying around, right? So
But I still like that's not technically like multiple ships hooking together. Oh, then again, the Caterpillar's bridge, that is kind of. Oh,
yeah,
wait.
but the rest of it is
No,
not
no,
flying.
you're right.
I
You're right. You're
guess.
right. When you said it Endeavor, I thought you meant just like the modules, but no, that front ship, the
I
front
guess.
section does. Huh.
By the way, I stole Endeavor from the live chat that we're totally not reading. So,
That's okay. You get a couple freebies because I'm usually the one who breaks the not interacting to chat rule, and so yeah.
I just crossed my mind, like, you know, like 5 hawks that turned into a mega hawk. Okay, I don't like anime or anything like that, so I don't want that. But like, it just crossed my mind, like they could have.
That's what you're
done
asking
that.
for right
no,
now.
No. We're fine. We don't need any of that. We're fine. I don't need Veritex, and you know, it's fine.
Okay,
What's
well,
the next
anyways.
in monthly report?
Okay, yeah. So this was something I thought was kind of weird. So I don't know, it must be UI based or something, but in the UI section, the team that was working on the HUDs and stuff like that, or sorry, in the vehicle team that was working on the HUDs ended up moving over to working on jump points. Apparently they've like redirected a lot of their staff now that HUD changes are wrapping up over to jump points. And I'm like, that's weird. So does that mean, because okay, you know how there was that leak, I don't know, a couple
Not
weeks
long
ago,
ago, yeah.
maybe a month ago, something like that, about like how somebody had pulled out of the gameplay files like it's something about
Was it
like a
Nix
jump point
and-
between
Yeah.
no, it was between Microtech and it was in Stanton
Oh,
system.
within Stanton system, we talked about this. Yeah. But it makes sense that it's HUD, man, because you're flying. When you're flying through a jump point, you are playing a mini game that potentially
yeah.
might have a HUD. You know.
yeah. Well,
So it
specifically,
doesn't mean they're
it's
making.
the vehicle.
Yeah.
It's the vehicle team that switched over to it. I just thought that was like a pretty big switch. But that that like the point I'm trying to make is that like maybe the whole like rumor about them putting a jump point in between
that would be
Microtech and
amazing,
somewhere in
man.
Stanton
Yeah.
is like actually legitimate. Like,
I'd be
if they're
super
starting
cool
to
for
work on
even
it.
if it's not permanent. It would be cool to test the wormholes basically, and
That's kind of it then. Like,
and
that's
as
the
we
other
said,
thing
like
too.
the huge opportunity for them to allow people to play exploration and fucking find this thing, you know, not telling anyone.
Yeah, or having it so it moves around, so it's not always in the same place.
Yep.
And if it's there in the server that you're in, well, that means that you can go find it. That's fair. But on the other side of that, it might just be that like the reason it's in the game files is because they're working on it
True.
internally.
And it's more likely probably.
Probably. But it would be it would be cool. It would just be interesting.
Very cool. I
And
agree.
like it would be something where they could have it as part of their, because you know how they've been talking about how they're wanting to
but
utilize their event system, their event generator system or whatever.
okay,
Like a whole find the wormhole event.
very
could
important
be a
thing. If you 30k in the wormhole, your ship is transferred to another account. Or something. You never see your
Oh,
ship
God.
again.
No.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, what's next? Okay, the engineering section, I'm gonna have to mostly hold off for Super Mac Brothers read of this, because before he does his monthly report videos, he sends this off to his friends who are
the
techie and try to make
developers, yeah.
sense of what it means. But it was
By the way,
interesting
big shout
that-
out to Super Macro Rat, man. Is super cool guy with an amazing accent. Streams on Twitch daily, I think, and then does very good videos on YouTube as well.
Honestly, his monthly report videos are usually
Amazing.
the first ones that I go to, for if I didn't have a chance to read it, or if I want, like I said, elaboration on the engineering section. It's kind of way over my head, but there were quite a few mentions of synchronization and optimization in there, which I mean that's pretty common, but also at the same time it's, I don't know, I guess good to see that it is, actually something that they're trying to find the root cause of. And that was something that was speculated on in yesterday's captain's table was that, the whole desync thing being related to entities. Okay, if that's true, why is there still positional desync in 1v1 Arena Commander, right? And maybe it is something that is more kind of like in the physics code itself. But anyways, they mentioned it. And for more details on that, we're just going to have to wait for, somebody who's got the technical expertise to make sense of that. If that's you and you're listening to this, feel free to throw that in the comments. I'd love to kind of get somebody's more technical opinion on that section of the monthly report.
Great.
Other than that, gameplay stuff, intoxication effects for upcoming medical gameplay. Not really super important or anything like that, but it does help to kind of add flavor. So again, like this is something that I can see that jumped out as me as more as like something that would be interesting later on down the road. And by later on, I mean probably much later on.
I've seen people on Twitter like being super hyped about this, mentioning Paul and being able to get drunk after he serves them a beer in a bar or whatever.
I've never really got the point of that personally in games. Like
it's immersion, but I don't like it either. Like whatever.
It's immersion, but like I just like I guess if you're RPing it, sure, that makes sense. But for me, I don't really care. The thing that I thought was had more of an implication for gameplay is that intoxication status effects were not even necessarily related to just alcohol, but also like if you are like, you remember how they talked about like you can overdose on certain painkiller drugs or whatever like that if you're
I would even assume some of the atmospheres in certain moons or planets would also kind of potentially affect you.
Hey, maybe. That's a cool idea. I never thought about that. I mean, obviously we don't really have many planets in the gameplay or in the game where that would maybe be a
bunch
thing.
Of moons. Well, yeah. Well,
yeah,
like
but most of those are just flat out toxic. Like you would just die.
Okay.
But like imagine if you like land, if there was like a planet, in the universe where like
some fauna,
like
fauna,
Yeah, like spores or something. Yeah, like just kind of like.
Because you already have that. Like if you go to the caves, where was that? Hurston or Dime? I don't know. Some caves have these like blue algae. I don't know, like some blue growings on the walls that shine at night, like fluorescent almost. And you can see like some mushroomy things and whatnot, roots, and it'd be cool,
Here's something that's definitely more speculative. Like I literally am just kind of pulling this out of my ass, so don't quote me on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if these sorts of intoxication status effects started were also related to more long-term G-force effects and stuff like that. Because they have said that the way that we experience G-forces in the game right now is nowhere close to where it was supposed to be, and they have also mentioned that they want G fatigue to be a thing. So like if you are constantly on that boost in a dogfight and like getting on the point of blacking out, well, every time you get to that point it's a little bit sooner after that. Just what? Another kind of
I've never been drunk in my life. Don't at
whatever.
Me. But from like games, movies, whatever the fuck, and seeing other people reacting, like I have friends who drink and get high and whatnot. But I've had a lot of head concussions playing American football and rollerblading, like in skate parks and whatnot, even in water polo. And I kind of feel like there's some kind of connection, like you get that dizziness, your sight is kind of, you can have like double, triple sight, stuff like that, like it's the same kind of effect for probably slightly different state of your brain or whatever the fuck. I'm not an I'm not an expert or anything, but like I can see that like crossing over slightly when it comes to like in-game effects. Like
right,
being
yeah,
stunned
being able to,
or like stuff like that.
yeah, yeah, like being able to mix some of those like effects for different like situations. Yeah, like exactly. So getting punched in the head really hard might actually give you like a similar effect
from behind
as if you
as
just
being
like,
drunk. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah. Next, inventory asset manager is undergoing final tweaks, which makes sense if it's scheduled for next patch. I want to see more of this, actually, the asset manager specifically, not the inventory system, but like, because this is supposed to be the thing that allows you to figure out where you've left all your shit. Like what ship did you leave that rifle on? What ship did you, what room did you leave that armor in, etc., etc. I'm hoping that when ISC starts up, we can see some of this now that they're kind of doing their final tweaks or whatever.
Eve has this so well, man, so well.
Oh yeah,
yeah. They have like a folder system through like systems, planets, stations.
Yeah,
and it's literally called your assets, and that's my assets, and that's like you can find anything.
In this, they're calling it knickknacks.
It's fine, whatever it is, but it's crucial. People don't understand how crucial this is. These are the things that we'd never think about unless we had to like experience it in our games or whatever. So
anybody who's played any survival game knows how much of a pain in the ass it can be to be like, fuck, which base did I leave X item in? Because it matters.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that's I bet you we'll see that pretty soon. But yeah. The next one's kind of gonna make me a little bit salty, and that is that the cargo refactor has apparently been expanded to include resource containers and stuff like that. So I was already pretty certain that the cargo refactor was not going to make the 3.16 patch that it's scheduled for, and now I'm positive. We're not getting cargo refactor.
Didn't we get cargo decks and cargo like refactor like a year ago?
Shut up, Chegg.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's. I think this is probably the biggest kick in the nuts for me, because I think people overlook how much this right here would change the game.
I agree.
Being able to, load cargo from one ship to another, like. Yeah,
it literally changes it touches on so many aspects of the game. It
enables piracy, first of all, like legitimate piracy, like
it not only have a player-to-player trading, dude. Like, okay, I take this from my ship and put it in your ship, and then you can sell it. Right. Yep. So there's so much more than piracy, but piracy as well, which obviously.
And yeah, it's just, that's a bummer.
I care about. Yeah.
If they're expanding the scope, then it's absolutely not ending up in 2021. Which is frustrating, but yeah.
It's okay, we have 10 more years for this to,
Shut up, Chegg.
Okay, I'm gonna stop now.
Loot generation is being finalized for 3.15 and 3.16, but okay, this is a weird thing, but selling is not on any of the release views at this point. It's only on the progress tracker, and it ends in early December, so
what's the problem?
Well,
you get your loot, and then I told you already, you have a retaliator, and then you fly over Lorville, and there's that hole in the middle, and then you throw it on people under you. It's like so simple. Like,
okay,
make it rain,
fine. Yeah, well, this is why, like, I'm kind of thinking, like, okay, so selling isn't on the release, but they're working on loot generation, like T0 and T1 for 3.15.
Yeah, no, I disagree with you. Like, you can generate loot that is consumable, so like food, med pens, drinks,
so what?
Ammo.
Like, okay, med pens maybe, but like
what?
Ammo.
It's them testing the tech. I'm okay with this. Like,
I know. I just want something more than those consumables.
I agree, but would you rather wait? Would you rather them finalizing this and then waiting on testing it until they get trading, or just push it in. You have it. It's fine.
No, and this was the next thing I was going to say is like on top of those, obviously, like, okay, looting, fine. You know, obviously it's something we need, and like it does go kind of hand in hand with physicalized inventories and stuff like that. That makes perfect sense. But
you need something to play that Tetris.
They do is even though there's no selling, I hope that they can put something that is like something that you can
Storage?
Is for financial gain on top, you know, as opposed to, you know,
I mean, that's in game already, right? So you can go and pick mushrooms or ratadang, and then you can go and sell it. Like you can, for not a lot of money, but you can sell it.
There used to be Radagast whiskey that you could pick up in Korea.
What?
And it was
when was this?
Yeah. Oh, a long time ago, like 2.0.
Oh, way before I started playing. Okay.
Yeah. But you could pick that up, and if you brought that back to the station, it was worth like a couple grand or something like that.
Woo.
So yeah, like that's what I'm kind of hoping. Like they have done that in the past, where like you could loot something and, you know, like you could sell it. Like even if it's not.
Again,
like you can sell armor
honestly,
and weapons and stuff like that. Just something like those little envelopes that you pick up.
Yeah, but that's what I don't understand. Like, this is a placeholder that technically is in the game already. Let us sell anything, even armor, to fucking console in TDD, you know, or CBD. Who gives a shit, man? Until you finish it, you know.
But the armor and stuff like that, I can see as being a little bit more tricky.
Why?
But
it's in your inventory. It's the same shit.
Yeah, but it's not actually in your inventory. Like right now, it isn't. So maybe you're right, and maybe that like it doesn't really make sense that you wouldn't be able to
in your
sell
inventory
it when
as components, or
yeah, but you can't sell those.
Yeah, but you can sell what's the name, envelopes or ratadang or you know.
Yeah.
Or limpets
frankly,
of fucking ore, you know? Where's that? It's in your inventory, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Nuggets,
so, but
whatever
that's
the fuck it's called.
like that is technically like, from what I understand anyway, is like that's the stuff like that you're picking up. Those sorts of like things are different than armor, but I don't know. Hopefully maybe you're wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, and maybe. You know, like you will be able to do stuff like that when we get physical.
Well, I don't think so. I think you're right. But what I'm saying is why, like, that's some of the things that my non-developer brain thinks, like, you kind of have this in game already. Why are we not able to sell as a placeholder on the console that we are selling at before we get to a point where we can sell in scrap yards, you know, vendors, whatever the fuck, you know.
Yeah. But at any rate, if like it's because they're doing loot for, like I said, the next patch and the patch after, I hope that they do throw things in there that can be sold, like, you know, the whiskey or the envelopes and stuff like that, just on top of the obvious thing, which is med pens and food and water.
I mean, they can do it. So, listen, okay, I know I'm stretching this all the time, but what if you can find 7 you know, ore pieces in it?
Yeah.
You loot that. Actually, loot that. That's generated, and you can go and sell it. And bottle of water, and I don't know, a knife.
Yeah. Oh, that's actually the I never thought about just having the ore in there. That does make sense.
Or a fruit that you can also sell. Or, you know, it's something that we have already.
Yeah. I hope they do something like that. Yeah. Because I love looting. I want to dig through crates.
Same, dude. We play MMOs, dude. We play to loot and look good.
I want to loot NPCs' pockets, you know, etc., etc. Next one, and no, not second to last one, I guess. So interesting. Ship-to-ship refueling is officially out of design and into actual production. And I checked on the progress tracker. Actually, that's supposed to. I figured like it would be a long time yet before they actually wrapped up that. You know, like now that it's in design, I figured it would take longer. But production is set to complete like mid-August. It's not on the roadmap for like a release view, which obviously, I mean, you know, means that we don't know where it's going to land. But it does mean like if it's complete mid-August, refueling could technically be in as soon as 3:15, which would be
Our
interesting.
fair price going up, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Buy it now.
Well, and ultimately,
have it in your buy bank.
it doesn't make sense. It's not going to really make much of a difference to gameplay with the way the fuel is right now, and it's pretty rare that you'd ever need to have a Starfarer refuel, but it's cool anyways.
I don't know, dude, because look at the missiles. Maybe they're going to change the price of fuel. But now you get the ship without missiles. I can tell you for some time we have to pay good. But this means that your retaliator is now spawning without fucking torpedoes, dude.
No. And that's not really what that's not really what I'm saying so much as like why would you bother going to? Basically, I refuel almost every time I touch down, anyways. And you're landing
but if they
and going
bump
into
up the fuel price, and you can refuel me for whatever I give you through the app, because we have money trading already, right? So you can say, hey, I'll sell you the fuel for half price. Yeah?
I guess. But didn't they say that initially the Starfarers will have to buy that fuel from a station?
Oh, okay.
It would be different if they could scoop it and then you could undercut the stations. Then absolutely, everybody'd be lining up for Starfarer refueling.
Well, if they can, again, placeholder, maybe Starfarer can refuel for less money, whatever the fuck.
I hope so. Just
they will
something to
not
make
do
it,
it,
otherwise,
it'd be cool.
Well, that's the thing. Otherwise, again, you just refuel every time you touch down, and
that's what I do.
Yeah.
Well, it's second nature. You just never even think about it.
You know what they could do is just reduce the amount of places you could refuel. Like right now, you can refuel anywhere there's a landing pad, even on the down on outposts of the moon. And that really, when you think about it, that doesn't really make sense. Why would you be able to refuel? Oh my god!
And that's so much used by everyone who has a crime stat. So if they could only refuel in Grim Hacks, then
or Starfarer,
dude, 3 pirates together, pirate summon. It's the 4th one comes in a group with the Starfarer.
Yeah, or not to mention even cargo haulers potentially, or miners especially. If you can't refuel at that mining depot, that's just there, but there's a Starfarer in orbit. Because that's the other thing is you haven't done a lot of, you've done a decent amount of planetary mining. You burn through fuel pretty quick.
Yeah.
You burn through fuel pretty quick, and it's absolutely possible that with the RNG aspects of mining, you could be out there and not have really found enough to make you want to go and return what's in your hold before you're starting to look at needing to refuel, right?
Yeah. Although I mostly now mine in if I'm mining in asteroid belts, which if they've changed I need to see the HUD of Prospector. If they've changed that HUD, I might be going back to mining now with new scanning and everything. I would do that if it looks good.
Yeah. Even in the belt, man. Admittedly, I haven't done it.
No.
No, you don't really burn through the fuel.
But what would be cool if they would actually be able to refuel quantum fuel? Then that's a different story. Because people get to a place where they can't get back, man. And then now they can make they can ask someone to come pick them up, which means their cargo or whatever they mine stays in the ship. But what if they could ask someone to refuel them?
Yeah,
that'd be interesting.
Yeah. Well, I hope that, I don't know. Anyways, we don't really. Obviously, for anybody who's listening right now, this is completely speculative.
Yeah.
Because ship-to-ship refueling is not on any release view. This is just basically going off of the progress tracker and what I just read in the monthly report. But yeah, that it could end up being really fun. If they don't do anything though, and everything stays kind of as is, and we get refueling, let's say in 3:15, just off the top of my head, I don't think it'll be cool, but I don't think it'll be really that widely used. But it could be with some seemingly pretty minor changes.
Some people will do it, those who want to play that kind of gameplay, and that means it will be tested, kind of. So that even that is better than nothing. So
yeah. The last thing on the list. So the systemic tools section, which it should be my favorite section in the monthly report because it's Tony Z and his universe. It's 2 paragraphs long. It's frustratingly vague, and and we didn't really learn much. They worked on stuff, which is fine. I'm just chafing at the bit because I think I'll just go out and say I think the persistent or the Quanta system is like the piece of tech that I think is the coolest thing about Star Citizen.
I don't know,
but
it's cool. But is it the coolest? I don't know.
For me, if it works as they've shown us, yeah, I think it is. Like,
yeah,
I love
sure, but I was like, let's see it work. It's technically working already, but I mean, what we have now, people are gonna hate me for saying this, but Elite Dangerous already has this, where you
lots of games have.
Yeah, exactly. What's that?
No,
well, I'm not gonna.
The thing that makes it that much more than other games have done is if they manage to actually take it those steps more to the point where the universe is actually really dynamic beyond just the economy, which again, like, that's not new. Like, Privateer did that way back in the 90s, but yeah, like the added complexity to that, by taking into consideration manufacturing, mining, piracy, like,
don't get me wrong, I think it's exciting. If that's the most exciting thing, I don't know until I see how it, because their idea is exciting, but until I see something happening, I don't know, man. Like, you know.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's pretty much it.
We have questions redeemed. So.
Yes, we do. Okay.
Throw them at us.
Okay.
You get
first one is from Nomaz. He asks, "What do you think about the flight speed around Orison and in the Crusader atmosphere?" I've only watched things like we said kind of at the beginning of the show. Neither of us are really much into the PTU, but
we didn't play it. I don't even know if it's different.
Is it the limited? Main thing is just like Crusader is big, so when you're flying, it feels like you're not moving.
Oh, the scale. See, that's one of the things. Like, when they made Microtech, it was only new Babbage, right? But then they added like points of interest and some other things, and then I don't know. They could make you feel like you're flying through things by adding better effects, points of interest, whales, stuff like that, so you can actually compare your movement to something around you.
Okay, and Nomos is clarifying here right now. He says it's between 100 and 200, and the distances are huge. So I guess like that's
you're
kind
limited.
Of like density based. Like, once you're down actually in the atmosphere, and
you can't jump.
No.
Woo.
Yeah. I have heard that you have to climb out of atmosphere too.
PTU Way 1, they're observing, probably going to figure out if it feels good or bad to what they want. And to be honest, I've seen people trying to fly out to the atmosphere and to jump somewhere. It takes time. I'm
kind of okay with it taking time, but
as long as, again, we go back to it. Like, if I can live on my ship and only go down there when I need to or want to, and sure, I don't mind this. But in the beta or alpha, when we're testing everything,
I think ultimately the problem, like what we're seeing right here, is just this is a scale problem too, man. Like because even like 100 and 200 meters per second, even if you doubled that, it's not going to make that much of a difference. And when you actually do the math, that is you're traveling quite fast.
I mean, they have to cheat someone to make the world feel bigger, right? So we have this already on other planets, right? And to be honest, when I'm flying around Lyria, which I do a lot now, Lyria feels tiny, dude, because you can fly above the surface, maximum speeds almost. And when you're delivering those, quantum sensitive missions, it just feels like I can fly around Lyria in no time. And it feels small. I guess that's their way of making world bigger. Do I like it or not? I don't know. I need to play it first, see how it feels. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
there
interesting.
is something to be said though. Like, okay, scale is obviously wonky and stuff like that, but like Mach 3 here on Earth, that's 3,700 kilometers an hour, right? Like, so like
I don't know what you're talking about. You
wouldn't
have to clarify this for those who are not
Well, I
as
just-
nerdy as you.
I just basically mean like we should be able to go faster in atmosphere. Like, I know that the scale of the planets is reduced, so that kind of fucks things up a bit. But
Honestly, I think this is one of those things that they are going to tweak, just like they did before, and just like testing the waters, seeing how it feels, or testing the gases in this. Unintended very much. I'll walk myself out.
Yeah, bye. What was I gonna say? Yeah, no, I actually watched a video by Darsh the other day, where he compressed like 27 minutes, I think, of flight time into 5 minutes in a like a Crusader video. And yeah, like it barely he didn't move a whole lot in that time. So yeah.
Okay. I'm sure they're monitoring it though. So if it feels too tedious, they're probably going to change it somehow.
Here's the other thing.
Maybe we can jump through, Crusader, because it's a gas giant. It's not the same as other planets. So what about that? Like, if you can jump to the point of interest without breaking the atmo, then I'm okay with it, and it's something different then.
I guess. I just I already think that we rely on quantum too much,
I agree.
I do want
sure, yeah.
We'll fly more, and if you want people to fly more, then
but if I'm flying and nothing changes and it feels like I'm stuck in one place, then I don't know if I enjoy that kind of flying. So add particles, add weather effects, I don't know, like something, asteroid, whatever the fuck, like whatever.
Yeah.
Well, you cannot have asteroids there, but you know what I mean, like something to fly.
I think I'm gonna kind of reverse, and I'm just gonna say no. I think that they should increase flat out atmospheric speeds, depending on the ship, obviously.
Sure.
Like if you're talking about like a lumbering kind of like a large transport ship, then I'm okay with the speeds being slow. But like if it's the Gladius, like come on, like that thing should be
overheat there if you're flying too fast. And
ultimately, yes. I mean, that like friction is going to be your top end, but you'd be going really fast before you started dealing with friction based heating. And also, I don't even think it would be that much of an issue for us because I mean, we go through atmospheric reentry already, right? And our ships can
but it's like a brief period of time. But if you keep going in a straight time, I don't know, straight line, not straight time. Yeah.
I think it would be great to see us I don't know, hitting higher speeds in atmosphere, just basically making it to a point where it's one, it takes time to get up to those speeds, it's not just like boom, I'm going Mach 5 all of a sudden, and two, that there's more disadvantages if you needed to maneuver, for example, too.
I don't agree with this.
If you're traveling Mach 5 and you try to bank into a turn, you're gonna, you're just not going to.
I think our ships are way too fast already for the game purposes. I think everything happens too fast in the game, and I want to slow it down big time so that I can feel the game more. But that's just my personal opinion.
In space and for combat, I agree with you. But for straight line travel, under conventional drives, I don't, especially in planets, I'm okay with those going higher, especially if it's something that it's something you have to choose to do and accept, basically, that
well, you don't have to run through cities, but is anyone walking until they make you? So
but I mean, even still, it took me, what did I say, an hour to do one of those quantum sensitive missions.
Well, sure, but we have 3-4 stations per moon, so that's not really You know, when we have more population or like points
Yeah.
of interest, buildings or whatnot, then it might take you 10 minutes or whatever if it's closer. I don't know.
I'm not, just to be clear here, I'm not saying like increase speeds overall in space. I'm okay with even though it doesn't make sense from a scientific perspective. I'm okay with the top speeds being, you know, limited in space. But yeah, I mean, if we're talking down in an atmosphere kind of a thing, I think going up to 600 meters a second is fine for like fighter jets and stuff like that, which are fighter jets.
Yeah. By the way, now that you mentioned this, oh my guys, tangent off topic after 4 hours, but I would be okay if all the ships could only fly, what's the name, the regular speed. My brain just is tired. What's the
SCM speed?
SCM speed, and then you can fly over SCM speed once for you know, like instead of going 300, you can go 1100 for 3 minutes. And your engine is dead. You're done. Like if you don't escape in that time,
Like,
I'm sorry, you're done.
okay,
And then you have to like go repair. That's
space,
it.
you know what? Honestly, the most elegant solution that we've heard so far, as far as like making people slow down, was Cutlets. That one time
What
where he
is it?
basically
Combat
said,
you can't.
it's just acceleration, right? Once you get past SCM speed, it takes exponentially longer to accelerate to your maximum speed, kind of a thing. So basically over SCM, your acceleration is much slower to get up to those speeds.
I'd have to try it, but yeah.
Anyways, okay, next question. Molman asks, where does the missile operator mode sit, or the missile operator sit in the Retaliator? Well, I think that the pilot is the missile operator because the pilot doesn't have any guns. So I would imagine that if you're the pilot of a Retaliator, you'd probably just, I mean,
it could be engineering station as well. I don't know, but in the middle of the ship, there's a whole engineering station that is functional right now.
Yeah, and I guess in like World War II bombers, the pilot was not the bombardier. Like those were two different people. But I think in this case, with the Retaliator, I mean, I think it would be simple enough to just have the pilot. As
you have nothing else to do. It's like
exactly, yeah,
Hammerhead. So yeah.
Nomaz again asks a question: when do you think that they will add better information about components and weapons in shopping terminals so players can make more informed decisions about buying stuff? When questions?
4 years ago.
Wait, didn't they? I don't know. I'd have to check, and my brain's getting tired here as well. But I thought there was something on the progress tracker about shopping terminal updates.
I mean, that's straight up it's like lazy fucking bullshit. And I guess what they would say the reason is they don't have it is because the prices fluctuate or like the stats fluctuate. So like you would have to change it. It's fucking text, dude. Like you already have it in game where it gives you like, you know, it gives you some information about it. So
yeah, but remember it was all flash based, so it's more than just that text change, right? Whereas like now with building blocks, yeah, like that was the whole point of building blocks, was to make it so that these sorts of changes are fast and easy.
Just again, long overdue. This is so stupid.
Long
like
overdue. Long overdue. Yeah.
I don't know.
I honestly kind of wonder, and this is like off topic, but this is kind of off topic, but like I wonder if sites like Urkel, Hardpoint.io, those like third-party ones, I wonder if those sites kind of like help CIG sometimes just be like, okay, these guys are doing it on this website, we don't have to, you know, like we can put this as a lower priority right now because there are resources out there that people are using.
Yeah, but Urkel,
I kind of wonder if that's a thing.
They're not making notes of these numbers, you know. They're pulling from their API or something. So if Urkel can do it, fucking come on, CIG, like fucking whatever. Make a browser-based thing that literally leads to Urkel in game. I don't give a shit, you know. Like, give me the fucking information, bro. Like, I don't know.
It's past due. There's no way. There's no way around it. It is like way past due. Most people who come into this game and have been coming into this game for the last 2 years have been like, that is one of the things I see most frequently in chat from new players is like, how do I know if this item is better?
And I give them website like
yeah, it's rough. Anyways, no mouse, that was not a criticism with the when questions there. You know, it's not,
we find a way to say something about it anyways. So
it's not dumb or anything. It's just kind of like, like how do I even guess, right? Like I think I'm just gonna go with Chegs' answer though. It should have been done 4 years ago. Okay. Lady Space Patrol asks, when will the kitchen cabinets in my spaceship work so I can hoard snacks?
Please. Coffee makers, food processing units, obviously cabinets and all that. I want that. Fucking I'm with you. I'm playing
I think that's coming soon, man. Like that's 315, 316 with the with the physicalized inventory updates and stuff like that. The frustrating thing that you're gonna run into, Lady Space Patrol, is you'll load up all your cupboards and stuff like that, and you'll 30k, and then you'll have to claim your ship.
I don't care.
None of that shit's gonna be in there anymore. It's the primary issue I think that's upcoming with the physicalized inventory change.
Okay, so protect.
You're trolling.
Here's what I do. I fly 300 series, usually 315, and I will fill the fridge with sodas and snacks, and usually snacks because I can use coffee maker on that ship. This is one of the reasons I play this ship. And I wish, so basically Mantis has almost the same setup where you have like coffee maker and cabinets there, and then MSR as well, like it has a whole fucking kitchen and all that. You can't use it. So I'm flying 300 eyes so that I can do what you're asking for. Basically I fill the fridge that is under a coffee maker with stuff. You can put pico on your bed as well, or in the sink or whatever. Do you think Apollo might be a surprise inclusion along with the medical gameplay coming 315?
I don't think so.
No.
I
wish though. Apollo is a beautiful ship.
It really is.
I just feel like medical gameplay with like more specialized ships will struggle so much with the fact that we have 40 to 50 people per server. And I think that's a big blocker for... Because if they push something like that, they need to have some... Maybe I'm super wrong, but some benefit of like testing it, where it's going to be so difficult to test this. I think depth of spacement is a prerequisite for proper medical gameplay and like proper ships. Because for as long as we can backspace, you just role play basically.
Yeah, but I mean that's essentially. That, I mean, with physicalized inventory and stuff like that, I do think that you're going to see less instances of backspacing and more more utilization of the medical system. But I still think that the fact that the bugs are so prevalent and like I don't know. Ultimately, this is going to come down to like how easy is or hard is it to get those injuries that require those medical beds to actually heal up, right? Because if I'm getting like, you know, broken limbs from stepping off my ramp or something like that, then
I need to have a way to instantly repair it, or I can't play,
exactly,
right?
because that's not fun to me at this point. Like, I like the idea of medical gameplay, I like the idea of Death of a Spaceman, I want it to be in, but I don't want to spend my gameplay flying back to a space station to repair my legs that broke when I stepped off a ramp wrong.
We are missing the point, though, because we do have ships that have medical gameplay, like Cutlass Red or 890 Jump, and they're in the game, or we have Reclaimer, and we don't have, you know, gameplay for that ship. So the reason I don't see a Apollo coming in 315 actually is since I've been playing the game, which is not that long, like about 2 years or so, we never had a properly announced ship, you know, like as a concept ship, stealthy get into the game. You will always see gray, what's the name? White box, gray box. Look at the Reclaimer right now. Like they're showing you every step of it. You get the sneak peeks, like multiple sneak peeks of certain parts of the ship and whatnot.
Yeah.
And I just don't see them like sneaking in. I would probably rather believe that they bring in another straight to flyable medical ship with 315 to because to your point, like they can maximize cash income if they bring something with the gameplay, which they usually do, right? But bringing a ship like that, I think Apollo is not coming anytime. So I love RSI and MISC, and Apollo is definitely one of the ships that I would love to have.
Oh, it looks
fucking good. It's one of the best looking ships in games. So yeah.
The reason I don't think that it's going to be there is it's a fairly large ship. Like I think it would take.
People don't understand how big the ship is. Holy shit!
I don't think that it's something they could just like whip out of there. Yeah. And then the other thing is, like you already pointed out, we have ships with higher tier medical bays in them already. We have the, like you said, the 890 jump, which supposedly has a tier 2, the Carrack, which also has a tier 2. So yeah, I don't know. Like
so the Valkyrie was it? That was before my time. So was Valkyrie just
that was just thrown in. That was it was revealed at a 2018 Citizen Con. It was 2018? I think 2018.
Well, yeah. I don't know. This was before my time. So
it was they literally revealed it in a in the keynote. The keynote in the
what about MSR, dude? We had that special with Sarah, and then there was nothing, but we were not seeing gray box and white box of MSR, or did we?
The MSR? Yeah, we did. Okay. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I even like the chances of that. I would like. It's like I want to be wrong, and hopefully I am, and we get the Polo, but I wouldn't be super excited about something like that.
we'd see it on the progress tracker too, though. Like that's the other thing is like these ships that show up on the progress tracker that are like stealth are unannounced, but the Apollo's obviously been announced. But
wait, what about the Valkyrie? Was it like concepted like long before that sitcon?
No. Like nobody.
It was like almost like straight to flyable, so that's different.
It was totally.
Yeah, no, that's completely different. That's something that we see now with like these almost straight to flyable and straight to flyable ships, which we touched on earlier in the episode. So that they almost have like 3 tiers of ships, like concept, which they show you, and then you have to wait forever. Then you have like strayed to flyable, which they just bomb. There you go, give us money.
Yeah. And then
these are like Gatak and Raylan and what was the
RSI one, Scorpius.
Yeah, where you're like they've been working on it for a long time, and then they're like, okay, you're gonna get this in a couple of months. But from what I know, they never did it with like a proper concept ship.
I'm gonna ask my own question about the straight to flyable medical ship. If that was something like that was gonna come out in 315, where would it fit though? Because I guess
MISC.
We've been on record. Yeah, we've been on record a couple times saying that not all ships need to be better than the other ships, or like you could have a medical ship that was MISC that was basically did the same thing as the Cutlass Red, but was just a different style guide.
Yeah, so I guess a reliant variant of a medical ship would be so good. It has a little ramp. We saw them having beds and like a lab and everything. You could
actually
easily have one person ambulance, or something new.
But that's the thing though. like
What about alien fucking? Aliens need medical ships as well. You know what I mean?
Huh. I never thought about that.
I don't think they would be comfortable
That's
waking
the
up
thing,
in
though.
Cutlass Red.
Between the Cutlass Red and the Apollo, like we just let the aliens die.
I agree.
But like that's the thing. Like what realistically would be between? I don't think it could be. If they were going to do a straight to flyable medical ship, I think it would probably either have to be basically along the same lines as the Apollo, just a different manufacturer, or ditto, but like like between the Cutlass Red, because like. I mean, I guess you could have something. No, because the Apollo is like slightly bigger than a Constellation, isn't it? Something like that.
I think Apollo is actually much bigger than Constellation, especially interior. It has like
Maybe
rooms inside.
interior-wise.
Like, have you seen the interior of that
But
thing? Like, it has.
the overall
Holy
length
crap.
of it, and
I don't know, but
yeah, I don't know. Anyways,
it's a big ship. It's not Cutlass Red size or whatever. Because when you look at the concept, you might feel like it's not that big, but actually. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, that like Connie doesn't feel that big because she's bulky, but Connie is as big as Retaliator. And when you think about like how long a Retaliator is and how many things there is inside, and then Apollo is wider as well. So
yeah,
it's a huge ship, man. It's a proper. I love that ship. It's amazing. Both Apollos, they're all good.
Okay. It's been, what are we at? 4 hours?
4 hours and 20 minutes.
Okay.
Sign us out. I'm starving and it's 2 a.m. So yeah.
Okay. Well, for everybody who is here live, thanks for hanging out. If you stuck around for this entire time, you are a crazy person.
But thank you. We're as crazy as you are.
Yeah. If you are catching this on YouTube, if you wouldn't mind throwing us a like and a subscribe, that would be awesome. We are a tiny channel. We just do this for fun, but it still makes us feel pretty good when we see people enjoying the content. If you are listening to this on YouTube and you want to kind of like discuss any of these topics further, feel free to throw them in the comments. We have quite a few good conversations in our comment section on our videos typically, and I do my best to check in every couple days. But yeah, I was gonna say, other than that, right, on Wednesday we have our Stanton Gossip coming up on YouTube. That's where we basically do a just kind
media cuts,
media cuts, like cool content that we've seen and watched, or funny things happening on social media, or drama. There's a lot of drama.
Yep, especially this week we're gonna have a lot. So yeah.
But yeah, again, if you're still here, thanks. Check us out on YouTube at Straight Outta Stanton, and we will see you next Sunday.
Yep, and thank you so much for being here. Have a great rest of your day. Get ready for that working week if you're working, and don't work too hard though. Stay safe and healthy, and bye-bye.
Bye.